Dire bonjour la VOD. Le retour de Mass Effect parce que ça fait longtemps et j'ai envie. Alors les identifiants, je sais pas ce qu'on va faire. La dernière fois on avait fait plein de quêtes de loyauté comme je disais un peu avant. Je sais pas ce que je vais faire là, on va regarder un peu. Donc ça je suppose qu'il faudrait que je parle à des gens pour savoir qui a besoin de trucs. Est-ce que j'avais pas une mission qui me disait d'aller à la citadelle par hasard? Ça c'est pas à la citadelle. Il y a Tali. Donc j'imagine qu'on va faire la quête de Samara et recruter Tali. Et ensuite on verra où ça nous mène. Donc il faut aller sur Omega. Et ben allons à Omega. Hop. Attendez parce que quand même. Un petit scanner. Putain en plus je suis bien en dèche. Salut Bouzni. Comment ça va? J'ai eu soudainement la peur d'avoir été mute depuis le début. Alors on se met en jambe avec un petit scan de planète là. Ouais, est-ce que ce serait pas le moment d'aller dans le système solaire parce que j'ai jamais fait la blague? Ce serait quand même marrant. On va aller faire ça tant que j'y pense. C'est la joie bien sûr. Tu es joyeux Bouzni? Trop bien. Ça fait plaisir. Bah pour une planète au gisement peu abondant, bon. On est là quand même, hein. Ok. Merde. Alors, comment... c'est où? Je sais même pas. C'est... En fait. Tablier, Oméga, Pylos. C'est écrit derrière là. Okineta. Mer des ombres. Secteur local. C'est ça! Regardez, c'est Pluton. Ah, ça me dit 100%, mais on peut quand même scanner. Scan Pluton. Oh, le chien, voilà, c'est ça. Attendez, parce que du coup... On peut aller piller les ressources de la Terre? Ah non, on peut pas. Je peux pas envoyer des sondes sur la Terre et dire ça c'est à moi. Non. Oh alors. Et... Ouais, she said the thing.
Launching probe. Probe away.
Allez. Un peu de sérieux. On avait dit Oméga. Let's go. Hop. Et zou. Ah alors. Oh! Mais il est incroyable ce... Bon, la palme, c'est quand même toujours ces deux cons. Hein, mais... Ah, je vais le prendre, il est tellement beau. Alors, 2 points. Bon, les munitions cryo, j'en ai pas grand chose à foutre. Ta. Mes armes, je les aime bien, juste lui. Ah, lui, il a automatiquement pris celui-là. Ouais. Bon, c'est celui que je voulais lui mettre, donc tant mieux. Allons-y. Oh là là, il est...
Thank you.
Alors. Ils sont TP dans mon dos. Il est vraiment dans le turfu, Grunt, là. Hein. Alors. Ah, il faut aller parler à Aria. Elle a du travail pour moi.
What do you need? An Asari fugitive is hiding out here. She's an Ardat Yakshi. We need to find her. I knew it. Nothing leaves a body quite so empty as an Ardat Yakshi does.
You haven't taken steps to kill her?
Why would I? She hasn't tried to seduce me. Her last victim was a young girl. Pretty thing. Lived in the tenements near here. That's where I start looking. Thanks for the help. Good luck finding her. Better luck catching her.
Elle avait pas...
What do you need? Thanks. You do that.
Il a pas dit qu'elle avait du taf pour moi, lui? Ah, ouais, d'accord.
That depends on what Arya has in mind.
Arya's gotten word that some blood-packed mercs plan to kill an old acquaintance of hers, a Krogan named Patriarch. She'd like you to keep that from happening.
What's the Bloodpack's problem with Patriarch?
If you've met Patriarch, you know. He can't keep his damn mouth shut. Some people don't appreciate his stories, especially when he dips into non-fiction.
What's Arya's interest in protecting him?
Patriarch was one of her deadliest enemies back in the old days. Now she keeps what's left of him around as a trophy, as As long as he lives, he's a perfect example of what happens when you go up against Arya.
Why come to me? Arya's usual muscle not up for the job?
Because Arya said so. What other reason do you need?
If Arya wants my help, she better tell me why. I'm not doing this for my health.
Fine. Whatever gets you to take the job. If it gets out that Arya's protecting Patriarch, well, that can look like a weakness. And some people might want to exploit that. You're not on her payroll, so you helping Patriarch just seems like a random act of kindness.
I'll look into it.
Good. Patriarch's downstairs, likely surrounded by his fans. Get him into hiding until the mercs move on. Come back here when it's done, and you'll get your due.
I'll be back
Très bien.
when the job's done.
Good luck.
Oui, c'est ce qu'il vient de dire. Oui. Alors, Patriarche, il est par là, je crois. Et genre par là, non? Ouais, c'est ça, il est là, je crois.
A source reports that the attack on the human colony of Freedom's Progress is being investigated as a possible terrorist attack by dissidents from former council races.
Ça s'éclate, hein. Yo.
You again. Greetings.
Ouais, ça j'avais tout fait.
Some
Allez.
people want you dead. I've been asked to move you to safety.
Well, of course. Arya wouldn't want me hurt. It would make her look bad. Perhaps Arya's reputation is no longer my concern. Perhaps I will stay. See who thinks me important enough to kill.
You allow Arya to protect you like you're her pet? I thought you were a Krogan.
Arya let me live. She gave me a position of honor as her advisor.
She gave you a position of comfort as her trophy. Is that what you want? Or would you rather go down fighting?
I wished she'd killed me the day she beat me. That would have been a glorious death. But perhaps it is not too late to die well. Perhaps these assassins will remember my name. Farewell, human. And thank you.
Je suis pas sûr que c'est ce que vous voulez faire. Ce qui est arrivé à Patriarche, j'en sais rien moi, il est parti en courant.
Explorer ships have reported seeing vessels of an unknown make, but whose silhouette strongly resembles ancient Ragnar ship profiles.
Arya wants to speak with you, human. Something about Patriarch taking on a squad of mercs by himself.
Ah.
I heard my old friend Patriarch died.
Oh merde!
Blaze of glory. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I gave him what you couldn't. The chance to die like a Krogan. That wasn't your decision to make. His life belonged to me. Patriarch was dead for centuries. You know that. How he was? I'd almost forgotten he was a Krogan. You gave him the death he deserved.
Je vais m'asseoir et me relever pour lui dire au
You've done a
revoir.
lot for me, Shepard. Let me return the favor. We're sending your coordinates to a cache on an uncharted world. You want it? It's yours. What's the catch? No catch, I don't need it, and I don't want it to go to waste. Whatever you find is yours to deal with.
Ok.
Thanks. Maybe I'll come back later. You should find a nice young man to keep you warm in the meantime.
Ah bon? C'est dans le... Voilà. De contrebande. La musique qui a fait un gros bruit horrible. J'ai peur.
Come on, let me in. Ari's expecting me.
Je crois que je réentends un peu de musique. Ah, je vais aller par là.
Greetings. I was hoping you'd come by. I'm Ish, and this is Sel. You look like a good person to know.
I can see you're trying to flatter me. Don't.
Of course. Forgive me. You just made me nervous, is all.
I heard you talking about us. What do you want?
Please, we're all friends here. There's no need for language of that sort. I need skilled, trustworthy people to take care of a little business for me. Nothing illegal, of course, but it's paying work.
Ah, attendez, je me bats avec ma chaise et mon pied de micro comme d'hab. Vivement un nouveau micro un jour. Un nouveau pied surtout. Ok, alors.
What kind of business do you do?
Important business. So important that with your help, we can change Omega.
I'm listening.
I'm in the information business, specifically the buying and selling of privileged material. It's nothing illicit. I just need someone to pick up packages in certain locations and bring them to me here.
What's your angle?
No angle. I'm a simple businessman. What do you say?
I can do that.
My contacts use specific drop points. I need you to look outside Marib's shop on the Citadel and inside Eternity on Ilion. Look around for anything that might hold a data package and bring those packages to me. Good luck, my friends.
Ah bah voilà, on cherchait une occasion d'aller sur la citadelle. Ouais, j'imagine que ça va être par là. Est-ce qu'il y avait pas... Où? Que je pourrais racheter des poissons du coup. Bizarre l'ambiance. Ah ouais. Je refais le tour des shops vite fait là. En tout.
This looks interesting.
Ok.
Are you here about my daughter? My nephew died a week ago and no one seems to care. The medics said it was a brain hemorrhage, but that's not true. It was murder. Someone killed my nephew, my baby.
I'm looking into your daughter's death.
Are you one of Aria's people?
I'm working for Arya. Are you ready to answer my questions?
I don't care if Arya sent you. You're asking about my nephew. That's what matters. No one else on this hellhole station gives a damn that my nephew is dead. If you can do something about it, I'll help you however I can.
Ok.
Did your
Alors.
daughter have a lot of friends?
Not a lot, no. She was shy. Spent most of her time off making her sculptures, not hanging out with friends. Something did change in the last few weeks, though. She started talking about an Asari. Morinth.
I see.
Like her. She kept dragging Neff out to clubs, and I'm pretty sure she gave my daughter drugs.
What kind of a person was this Morinth?
I never met her. But Neff talked about her like she was a queen. You'd swear there was no one else alive when she talked about Morinth.
That sounds familiar.
Samara, does Morinth control her victims with drugs?
She controls them through sheer will. The drugs are just a lifestyle. She loves the club, loves the base. She's a hedonist.
So this Morinth did hurt my daughter? Is she the one that...
I will bring justice to the one that did this.
Once we have all the facts, we'll decide on a course of action.
If you find the person that hurt my nephew, kill her. Or tell me where she is and I'll kill her.
Damn.
Did Neff hang out anywhere in particular?
She was always quiet working here at home. Then, a few weeks ago, she started going out all the time. To the VIP area of that club down the street. I think you need a password or something to get in there. The change was so sudden. She just seemed tired and distracted when she wasn't around Morinth.
What kind of a girl was your daughter?
My nephew had a fire inside her. She was shy, but she was creative and driven and the best girl a mother could hope for.
She was creative. How so?
She was a sculptor. Several galleries were interested in her. Said her work was fresh.
Do you mind if I examine Neff's room?
I didn't want to disturb anything. Her clothes, her art, her sculptures, everything is the way she left it. The way it will always be. My baby is gone. She's gone, and nothing will fix that. Why did this happen? She never hurt anybody.
We need to look in your daughter's room. Nothing will be disturbed.
The room will be just as she left it.
Thank you.
I'll examine her things. Read the oldest entry.
Hey, Diary. Cycle 34, Orbit 671. There's a lot to talk about. I dropped Jarut's name, and they let me into the VIP room at Afterlife. I was sure everyone was staring at me. Then the most beautiful Asari starts dancing near me. She moves like water, form and volume, but shifting, changing. I'm in a trance. Then I'm dancing with her. Later, we went for skewers, and I'm supposed to see her again tomorrow.
Well, shit.
Read the middle entry.
Cycle 36, Orbit 671. Am I a freak? Morinth is a girl like me, and she's definitely not human. Just when we dance and the helix is flowing through me, the way she looks at me, with a hunger, a longing, no one's ever looked at me like that. We kissed tonight.
Read the newest entry.
Cycle 42, Orbit 67. She's going to take me to her apartment tonight. Whatever happens, I want to be with her forever. She can sell my pieces, we can live somewhere glamorous, like the women in Vanya that Vid Morinth likes. How did this happen to me? I'm just dumb trash from Omega.
Close the hollow journal.
This is Morinth's work. She's attracted to artists and creators. Someone with a spark, slightly isolated from their peers. She impresses with sophistication and sex appeal. Then she strikes. The hunt interests her as much as the conquest.
Anyone who successfully hunted sapient beings for 400 years warrants caution.
Morinth speaks to you on many levels. Her body tells yours that she'll bring unimaginable ecstasy. Her scent evokes emotions long hidden. Her eyes promise you things you were always scared to ask of another. Her voice whispers to you after she is done speaking.
Ok.
So what's our next step?
Storming her den would be a mistake. She will have 100 escape routes planned. She will go to ground and disappear for 50 years or more. This is the closest I've ever been.
You sound like you're working your way toward an idea.
Afterlife's VIP section seems her preferred hunting ground. You must go there alone and unarmed.
She'll come after me.
You can draw Morinth out. She'll certainly flee if she catches sight of me, but she won't be able to resist you. You are an artist on the battlefield. You have the vital spark that attracts her. Your power will draw her in.
Oh, je crois qu'il faut choisir les bons dialogues, sinon c'est lose. Oh là là là.
Let's get over there.
I agree. We can talk more once we're there.
Oui, alors attends, j'ai pas fini de checker moi. Hein.
I'm sending you this hologram by the Elcor artist Forta. His work is sublime, but don't stare at it too long or you may go mad. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, love. I can't wait to hear what you think of Forta.
Attendez 2 secondes. Non. Dégage. C'est bon, je me bats avec mon PC, tout va bien.
Neff made that. A man from some gallery offered me 4 years' salary for it. But I'd never part with it.
Putain, mais c'est tout son appart, ça? Elle habite à Paris ou quoi? J'ai pas raison? Horrible. Ah non, ça c'est juste la chambre, c'est tout ça l'appart, oui, ok. J'ai eu peur. Du coup, elle a quand même un évier dans sa chambre. Pourquoi pas. Alors, du coup, c'est là que...
What do you want?
Someone told me the rest of Afterlife's nothing compared to this place.
Sounds like a smart person. Who was it?
Jarut.
Go on in. Word to the wise. Start a fight, we'll hurt you. Someone attacks you, it's okay to defend yourself.
Caché derrière des caisses.
You must go in alone. Morinth will be watching. Like any predator, she is cautious. You must pique her interest enough that she will approach you. When you are face to face, subtly encourage her to invite you to her apartment. I'll follow discreetly, and when you are alone, I'll spring the trap. Know this, until I get there, you are in great peril. She will be planning to inflict horrors on you. If you are not careful, you will want her to.
How can I spark her interest when I'm not even talking to her?
Courage or suicidal bravery could attract her. Hurt someone in defense and she will be excited. But pick a fight and she'll be bored. Show skill at working smoothly through a nightclub crowd. She will be intrigued. She'll want you the moment she sees you. The rest is just a matter of overpowering her caution.
How do I convince her to take me home?
She admires strength, directness, and vigor. Modesty, chivalry, or meekness frustrate and bore her. Violence excites her. You've killed Shepard. She'll like that.
Ah, je vais rien retenir, attends.
How do I convince her to take me home?
She admires strength,
Force, franchise, vigueur.
Modesty, chivalry, or meekness frustrate and bore her. Violence excites her. You've killed Shepard. She'll like that.
Getting her alone, then falling under her sway. That'll require careful timing.
I will be near, and I will come for you, Shepard. Trust me as I trust and honor you.
Let's get started.
Shepard, we only get one chance at this. Any mistake and Morant will disappear. If you're the least bit unsure, come talk to me. I will wait here. And Shepard, thank you. I do not share this burden easily, and you are the only soul I can imagine sharing it with.
C'est vrai qu'on se connaît depuis une dizaine d'heures, quoi. Hein. Franchement, on est prêt à tout partager. Hein. Alors attendez, je vais juste redemander. En gros, c'est tous les trucs force, franchise, vigueur. Hein. Et les trucs gentils, elle, ça l'emmerde. Allez, bisous.
Hey, do you know where to get tickets for Expel 10? I heard this amazing Asari say they were her favorite band. I just want whatever she wants. I gotta find tickets. Expel 10 is playing tomorrow.
What kind of music do they play?
They're a sensory band. Like, they crawl into you and make you feel things. And this Asari digs them like you wouldn't believe. I could score way out of my league, you know? You gotta help me.
She sounds amazing. Is she here?
She was here a couple of days ago talking about the band. She's here a lot. When she comes back, I'm gonna have tickets.
I don't have any tickets.
If you score some, I got some creds for you.
J'ai l'impression qu'il devrait y avoir de la musique ici. Je vais relancer mon jeu parce que le bug de tout à l'heure, il me met pas en confiance. Hop. Ah, il y avait pas... Relance, ne paniquez pas. Ok. Ah! Non, pas Isaac. Voilà. Ah, il faut refaire ça du coup.
Hey, do you know where to get I just want whatever she wants. I could score way out of when she comes back, I'm gonna have
Ouais.
Come on, baby. I can pay. I'm a good tipper, too.
I told you to stay away from me.
Playing hard to get? Give it up, baby. I'm sold.
Leave me alone.
Alors, je la défendrai bien, mais je dois pas déclencher de baston. Enfin, oui, non, je dois pas déclencher de baston.
Good cred hunting tonight. I'll hit him in the alley. As long as it isn't one of Arya's people, we're good. We gotta get enough creds to keep Hank off our backs. Hey, what are you looking at?
A pair of sad losers who think they're something, and are about to find out they're not.
Who's gonna show us that? You? You think she's tough.
Tougher than you.
Ok, donc j'ai raté. Mais bon, au moins ils iront pas emmerder je sais pas quoi dans la rue. Bon, je me suis loupé là-dessus.
No thanks.
What'll you have?
Allô?
Free drinks for everyone.
Vous
On
pouvez
me.
pas cliquer en bas.
Are you sure? There's a lot of people here tonight. It won't be cheap.
I said it. Let's make it happen.
Hey, everyone! A round of drinks, courtesy of this lovely woman.
My name is Morin. I've been watching you. You're the most interesting person in this place. I've got a booth over here in the shadows. Why don't you come sit with me? Some nights I come here and there's no one interesting to talk to. Some nights, there's just one person. Tonight it's you. Why is that?
Dire j'ai de l'assurance, c'est un peu de la merde, non? On se ressemble, je sais pas trop ce que ça...
I know what I like.
Do you?
Allez, alors...
Do you know anything about art?
It speaks to the darkest places in me. What about you?
Ah mais je pensais qu'il y aurait... parce que pas Morin... Samara elle a dit vous êtes une artiste sur le...
There are certain pieces that grab me.
What really moves you?
Art that touches on primal forces.
You understand. Art comes in many varieties. I've seen vids that were more powerful than a sculpture sitting in a gallery.
Vous y ouais. Merde, attends. C'était ça le truc où elle a dit qu'elle deviendrait folle là?
Do you know Vayenya?
My favorite. The two actresses on it are so glamorous.
I'll have to watch it.
Maybe we could do that together.
Ok, ça m'a l'air
What do
bon.
you think of the music here?
Dark rhythms, violent pulses. It stirs something primitive in me. What about you?
I'm curious about a band called Expel 10.
They get in my head and tear it to pieces. They're in concert soon. Maybe we should go together. You can lose yourself in the music here. There are ways to enhance that, you know?
What do you think of Hallex?
It slithers through my soul. Seems like we share some interests.
Ok, ok.
It changes you, doesn't it?
Real travel means going to dangerous places.
Where you can see and do things most people can't imagine.
Yes.
When I travel, I find myself drawn to dark, dangerous places.
Violent places?
Violence is the surest expression of power.
Putain mais cette discussion de edgy là... Oh j'adore le danger. Ça peut-être?
Strongest, you have the power.
That's certainly true. Among children.
Merde.
If you don't think it's true everywhere, you're fooling yourself.
Do you want to get out of here? My apartment is nearby and I want you alone.
Ok bon, j'ai l'air d'avoir réussi. Ah. Un Krogan?
I was into dueling for a while. I love the moment you see it in your opponent's eyes. He knows you're better, and he's going to die.
C'est quoi?
Have a Hallex if you want. But wouldn't you rather have all your senses be clear and sharp right now? I certainly do.
Ouais, je m'en vais.
A gift from a suitor. The statue's got more personality than he did. Still, he impressed me enough that he finally got what he wanted. It didn't end the way he hoped.
Aïe aïe.
I love any game where your opponent can believe he is about to win, just before you kill him.
Ok. Sympa l'appart, hein. On l'a vu, c'est Omega quoi, mais... Eh. Yo.
I love clubs. People, movement, heat. I can still hear the bass like the drums of a great hunt out for your blood. But here, it's muted, and you're safe. Is that what you want, Shepard?
I'd rather fight than hide.
Yes. Better to take control of your fate. I've never understood the fascination with safety. Some of us choose differently. Independence over submission? I think we share that, you and I.
You compare us, but you're nowhere near my league.
So strong. I need this. into my eyes and tell me you want me. Tell me you'd kill for me. Anything I want.
Oh non. Oups.
I want you. I kill for you. Anything you want.
Shh, darling. Just relax.
Merde, j'ai pas assez farm le pragma ou... Ah, dommage. Oh non mais... J'espère que j'ai pas... J'espère que ça va bien se finir cette histoire.
What choice? My only crime was being born with the gifts you gave me. Enough, Moran! I am the genetic destiny of the Asari, but they are not ready to reveal this.
Voilà.
So I must die. You are a disease to be purged. Nothing more. I'm as strong as she is. Let me join you. I am already sworn to help you, Shepard. Let us finish this.
End of the line, Morinth.
And they call me a monster.
Tiens, j'ai pas choisi.
Find peace in the embrace of the goddess.
I'm ready to leave this place and get on with my life. Are you ready to go as well?
Do you want to talk about what happened?
Shepard, what do you think I will say? What can I say? I just killed the bravest and smartest of my daughters. There are no words. I will try another time. For now, show mercy on a broken old warrior and let us leave.
I want to look around a bit more.
Very well. I will remember the day of Morin's birth. Tell me when you are ready.
Ok, non, y a rien d'autre à... Y a rien d'autre à foutre.
Are you ready?
Let's go.
Let's go. Et ben voilà. Alors je crois que... Et voilà, j'ai les colis de l'autre là. On va aller chercher... C'est où ça? Fire, nébuleuse du sablier. On va aller chercher la récompense d'Aria. Et puis après on va à la citadelle. Ok, je reviens. Ok. Alors.
I bumped into Zaid recently.
Oh merde.
Given how much violence and destruction that man's seen, he's surprisingly well adjusted. Still, I wouldn't want to be alone with them. Anyway, what's up?
Is there anything I should know?
You have unread messages at your private terminal. Anything else, Commander?
That'll be all.
Good luck out there, Shepard.
Merci.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private
Oui,
terminal.
oui, oui, oui. Commandant Grunt. Ouais, TKT, on le ramènera. Alors. Ah, j'aurais pu. Bon, on fera après. Nébuleuse du sablier, c'était ouais, voilà. C'est où du carburant? Carburant, c'est bon, on va acheter des sondes juste. Oh la petite planète. Faut que je fasse un peu de scan parce que je sais pas si j'ai assez avancé dans toutes les upgrades. Je sais pas si ça valait trop le coup ça.
Probe away. Launching probe. Probe away.
Oh là.
Probe away. Probe launched.
Vous avez des choses à raconter, hein, c'est le moment.
Probe away.
Putain, on est toujours en abondant. C'est
Launching
ouf.
probe.
Ah. Ah, ça j'aime bien. Plein de platine.
Probe away. Launching probe.
Et bordel.
Probe away.
Peut-être que j'en ferai en off en fait du scanning de planètes parce que c'est vrai que c'est peut-être pas bien passionnant à regarder. Ah. Putain. Abondante ou modérée ou épuisée quoi. Allez. Je ferai ça en fait, je pense. Je scannerai hors ligne pour pas vous infliger ça. Et qu'on avance dans le jeu. Ok, on va prendre les bourrins. Let's go.
seen us.
Mais il va tout détruire. Putain, salopard. Merde. C'est ça que je voulais utiliser. Ah putain, il y en avait un autre là-bas, mais... Mais...
Now you're dead.
Ow. C'est bon, j'ai gagné. Alors je vais faire un petit tour quand même de... voir s'il y a des trucs. Ils ont quand même réussi à détruire 5 caisses, hein. Je suis triste. Ok. Un son d'élément 0, très bien. Alors justement.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Très bien. On va regarder ça. Et ça c'est très bien. L'iridium qu'il faut là. Oh, oh. Voilà, et là j'ai plus aucune ressource. Platine et de l'iridium, ok. On va aller voir Samara. Elle dit quelque chose?
How may I help you, Commander?
That'll be all.
I'll be here if you...
Ok. Ok. Alors je crois que c'est à cet étage-là. Et elle est d'un côté ou de l'autre. Alors là c'est Kazumi, non? Ouais. Ça doit être de l'autre côté. Ah voilà.
Morinth haunted my dreams and waking hours equally. For the first time in 400 years, I am free. I am a ruined vessel of sorrow and regret, but I am free. It is not a feeling I can describe.
Was it worth it?
It was never a question of worth, but of need. I had to take the action I did, as did she. This was never a story that would have a happy outcome.
You did your duty. What about your feelings?
One of my daughters is dead. My hopes, my dreams were all bound up in my children. Still, my feelings have always come after my duty. The same is true of you.
You said that Morinth was a monster, but she was still your daughter.
She was the strongest and smartest. She would not accept the injustice thrust upon her. She fought to the end. I am so proud of her, Shepard.
Killed her for being what she was.
And I would again. But I also know what it means to leave everything behind and fight. Do you realize that she went on the run at the age of 40? I do not know human years well, but it is very young for Asari.
What will you do now that Morinth is gone?
Assuming I survive your mission, I am a Justicar. Injustice still exists, and perhaps even other Ardat Yakshi.
You don't want to settle down?
I did. I returned to my homeworld and tried to start a family.
Ouais, et Morinth c'est
I will
arrivé.
fight and struggle all my life. That is my fate. When I die, it will not be in bed. I am at peace with that.
I should go.
Of course, Commander. Thank you again.
Ben aller à la citadelle.
No messages for you, Commander.
Il faut sortir.
Fuel at 1/2 capacity.
Et la citadelle. On va reprendre les deux là. Ça n'a pas marché? Si. Venir de la citadelle, mais je crois que j'ai déjà tout...
Yes?
I overheard your conversation. Make him scream a little?
This isn't a presidium. All they have to worry about are protesters outside their free speech zones or someone's poodle crapping on the grass. Down here, we have drugs. Sometimes you have to
CSEC has changed.
I should be going.
You need anything else, let me know.
Oui, je voulais aller au souvenir. Ah, voilà, des petits poissons.
Welcome back.
These stores are owned by the Citadel, right?
That's correct. Citadel souvenirs outlets are owned by the council government. The profits generated by sales are used to maintain the station. We offer an assortment of decorations suitable for display in your personal quarters.
I'd like to buy something.
My apologies. I do not. To make a purchase, browse our electronic...
Thanks for your time.
Of course, citizen.
Voilà.
I want to go home and eat it. I thought you were going to stand here admiring it all damn day.
Refais le tour, voir si j'ai oublié d'acheter des trucs ou si je les avais juste pas achetés.
I need to make something nice. It's for a date.
For a date? Ah, attendez, parce que c'est où ma mission là? Au bar de l'éternité. Ok. C'est pas du tout par là du coup. Mais je veux voir la fondation Cirta. Télétransport.
This what passes for food out here. My tastes run more along the lines of edible. Looks like worms. Dead ones. This a human thing?
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
J'ai tout jeté ici.
He's my baby. He's all I have left of Jacob.
I know.
I just want to protect him.
I know.
I'm not being irrational, Michael.
I know.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Un viseur à la con et technologie dégâts. Mais ça, je peux pas l'acheter. Attends, c'était ça le colis? C'était le bar de l'éternité, ça? C'était pas du tout ça. I'm confused. Je vais quand même aller voir le bar. Attendez, ici. De transport, est-ce que je peux...
You ever had ramen? It's a delicacy back on Earth.
I can't believe these humans. No fly lists? What did they turn this place into?
I overheard you talking. Having a problem?
A human. Your kind is always shoving your way in to solve the galaxy's problems, aren't you?
Look, little girl. When you need a problem shot, ask a Turian. When you need a problem talked to death, ask an Asari. When you need a new problem, ask a Solarian. When you want a problem fixed, ask a human.
Like you fixed the
Ah ouais.
council? If you'll excuse us, we don't want to talk with your kind.
Non mais...
It seems I offended you. That wasn't my intention.
Your attitude offends me. The smugness, the arrogance. All humans are like that since you let the Geth kill the real council. Now, the galaxy's in chaos. Pirates are striking in civilized clusters. Armed CSEC officers are everywhere for our protection. And you swagger up to me, thump your chest and tell me that only a human can solve my problems. Huh. Screw you.
Look, miss. I personally did not make the pirates attack or post guards on every street corner. If you want help, I'll try to provide it. Otherwise, I'll go away. What do you have to lose by talking to me?
Fine. Since your kind took over the council, they've added new security checks and travel restrictions, all to keep us safe, they claim. We've been flagged as a potential risk for Geth infiltration. They won't let us board a ship back to Asari space.
Ah bah les fameux faux papiers.
Why would they consider you a risk? You're obviously not Geth.
I don't know. They wouldn't tell us. We got on a list somewhere for some reason, and they won't tell us anything because it's classified.
Who won't let you board a ship?
I don't know who made the decision. Some pencil pusher at the shuttle port told us. The one outside the CSEC station?
Je sais pas si j'ai envie de leur donner les faux papiers, je peux peut-être régler ça autrement.
I'll see if I can get it sorted out.
I'm not holding my breath.
Oh et oh, oh. CSEC. Bah, c'est là, ça tombe bien. C'est lui?
Yes?
I should be going.
You need anything else, let me know.
Ouais, il y aura pas de PNJ, c'est ça, je suis obligé de lui donner les faux papiers, bon. Oui. Hein.
What do you want?
Mais...
It seems I offended
Your
you.
attitude. Now, and you swagger up to me. Thump your...
Choc au dernier niveau et le PB de 1,5 secondes. Pas mal.
Look, miss, if you want help, I'll try to provide.
We've been flagged as a potential risk
Bon.
for Geth infiltration. They won't let us board a ship back to Asari space.
Maybe these would work. They're new transit IDs.
How did you get those?
If you don't want them, I could just take them back.
No, I'll take them. With thanks. We should get ready to leave. There should be another ship heading to Thessia tomorrow.
Au moins t'as fait un PB d'1,5 seconde, Bouzni. Serré comme il est, ton temps, c'est pas rien. Attendez. Ah non mais je suis le roi des cons. Ok, la boutique de Marab sur la citadelle et les bords de l'éternité sur Ilium. Je sais juste pas lire en fait. Tout va bien. Bon, bah, on peut se casser. On va aller au bar de l'éternité. Et puis voilà. Ilium.
new short sell on prefabs after these human colony attacks. They're going to see a ton of business.
Ok, c'est là-bas.
I need minimal heat increase and speed.
This is a recall notice. All users of Koros brand medical radiation systems are asked to discontinue treatment. Or for credit toward the exciting new Koros brand radiation personal defense weapon.
Ah, ils sont toujours là, eux.
I don't understand. Humans celebrate wedding contracts by tempting infidelity? That makes no sense.
Calm down, man. Don't embarrass me in front of the stripper.
What do Turians do? Do Turians do this too?
I'm just here for the drinks.
I can taste hate in the air, but there's no fighting. It's like they don't want to. Is that right? Because
you deserve somebody who respects you. Somebody who's going to treat you right.
Oh, I think I'm just going to stop dating for a while.
No, don't do that. Don't let some human spoil you.
It's always the same thing.
Ooh, she could get sick. She's vulnerable. I wonder what she looks like under the helmet.
You'll find someone out there who cares about you for who you are. Someone whose food you can eat, even. If you're hurting for things to do, maybe after work we could catch a vid or something.
Oh, that's sweet. But I'm okay. A little dry spell isn't gonna kill me.
We could watch Fleet and Flotilla. It got awards for its portrayal of Turian and Quarian relationships.
Anyway, if worst comes to worst, I did have the nerve stimulation program built into my suit.
And I hear that the love scenes are... What?
Oh yeah. Standard equipment for any responsible adult. Oh here, let me fire it up. Excuse me, human. Private conversation?
Ouais.
Please.
So then he says,
oh, it's okay. Our acids are all different, so it's not like we can get...
Salut Tricia. T'es arrivé au meilleur moment. J'écoutais les conversations, j'étais là pour le lore.
Do you have anything flashier?
Oui.
I want something that says I own this movie.
C'est moi le boss, je suis un Volus. Yo. On avait dit le courtier de l'ombre, c'est après avoir fini le jeu. Hein. Retourner. Il était où sur Omega? Hop. Ah, c'est Arrival surtout. Ok, bon, je ferai les deux après. Omega. Ah, mais j'ai les trucs de fakir là. Ça n'a rien à voir ça. Bain dur. Une poule sur un mur. Corps du bain dur. Fakir, c'est les trucs avec le. Avec le vaisseau là qui fait de la merde. Véhicule. Oh ça va. Même le Mako est mieux, oh là. Comme tu y vas. Il était où? Il était là. Yo, motherfucker.
Hello again, my friend. Please tell me you have something for me.
Have you seen what's in these packages?
Why? Did you find something untoward? Certainly nothing worth getting worked up about.
I bet Mr. Anto would be very interested in this information. And in finding out who wanted it.
You wouldn't. Would you? It's not for me. A lot of people want a leg up on Arya, and they'll pay a lot of credits to get it. If Anto or Arya found out, I'd be ruined. Or killed.
You're lucky I'm in a good mood.
You? I can see it now, my friend. You are not one to be trifled with. Shall we return to business?
I found the package your contact left on the Citadel.
Very nicely done, my friend. And as I promised, your reward.
I have the package from the drop point on Ilium.
Excellent. And here's your reward. Simple as that. I really appreciate what you've done, friend. I'll toss in something extra for your trouble. Great doing business with you, Shepard.
Mako, c'est pas du papier mâché. Non, mais bon. C'est de la merde quand même, hein. Ah, est-ce que je peux aller parler à Arya pour dire salut, y a un gars chelou dans la ruelle là. J'aurais peut-être dû aller la voir avant. Rien à voir.
What do you need?
Rien, je n'ai juste posé mon cul 2 secondes. J'étais fatigué. Oui, oui. Mais du coup j'ai donné le paquet quand même, donc bon bah rip hein. On va pas charger. On va assumer nos choix. Bon, ça a pas l'air oufement important. Ouais, ça là. Hein. Oui, j'ai l'arrivée ici. J'ai 2 trucs de fakir. On peut aller faire ça. Hein. Non, je vais aller chercher. Machine quand même. Merde, j'ai un trou de mémoire. Tali. Pour le RP. Ouais. Tali, Zora, Vas, Normandie. Bientôt. Bah, est-ce que c'est. Non, ça va être sa mission de loyauté, ça. T'es pas obligé. Non, mais ça va. En plus, elle pourra me montrer sa combinaison qui a un dildo intégré. Quand même important. Le vaisseau en perdition. J'imagine que c'est une des quêtes secondaires de trucs là. DLC. On va enfin se battre avec mon équipe là. Ouais, c'est cette mission là, je me souviens. Ok. Je me demande si si on peut aller à la mission de fin sans recruter tout le monde.
So we'll fight for the shade, but no hiding.
Emergency log entry. The Geth are here. I've stayed to buy the others time. Anyone who gets this, find Tali's aura. She and that data are all that matters. Kill us alive.
Ah, on se bat, ça y est.
Incoming dropship. Enemies ahead.
Oh là là.
Nothing can hurt me.
This should come in handy.
Oh, c'est indiqué derrière. Qu'est-ce qu'il est là? Ah ouais. Non, non, tout va bien. Ow!
Feel the blood rage. Too late. Now you're dead.
Meurs! Mitraillette tempête. Ah, quelqu'un a laissé sa e-cigarette par terre.
This is Commander Shepard of the Normandy. I'm afraid I don't see any Quarian survivors here.
Shepard? Inspector Tali worked with? Oh, don't know why you're here, but right now any organic is a welcome sight. Patch your radio into channel 617 Theta. We were on a stealth mission, high risk. We found what we were after. The Geth found us. They've got us pinned down. Can't get to our ship. Can't transmit data through the solar radiation.
What's the status of your team? How many of you are left?
We were a small squad, dozen Marines plus the science team. We're down to half strength now. Made the synthetic bastards pay for it, though.
What brought you this deep into Geth-controlled space?
You're asking the wrong person, Shepard. I just point and
Any idea where the Geth came from?
T'entends pas beaucoup à la radio, le gars. Là.
Do we have to worry about the Geth sending in reinforcements?
I don't think so. Their patrol ship hasn't lifted off again. The radiation blocks all off-world communication.
How are you holding up? We can be there in a few minutes.
Take it slow and careful. Direct sunlight fries your shields all to hell. We're bunkered down at base camp across the valley. I left Tali'Zorah at a secure shelter, then doubled back to hold the choke point. Getting Tali out safely is our top priority. If you can extract her, we'll keep him off you.
You got confirmation that the Geth haven't reached Tali yet?
Affirmative. Left my best men with her. When you get here, you can talk to her on the comm. Every Marine on this rock is sworn to protect Tali'Zorah. As long as one of us is still drawing air, she'll be safe.
You're gonna throw your life away for research?
Negative. I'm gonna give my life for the migrant fleet, all the difference in the world. I'm no tech expert, Shepard. I'm a Marine. They tell me to shoot. I shoot. They said to protect Tali and the data. You get them out safe. I've done my job.
Okay.
Hold position. We'll hit their back ranks.
Wait, watch your ass. We got a dropship coming in.
Je veux pas mal parler, hein, mais les vaisseaux Geth on dirait vraiment des colombins. Hein. Je suis désolé. Hein. Chaque fois que je les vois, ça m'y fait penser. Ouais, mais laissez-moi. Des quoi? Des grosses commissions. C'est plutôt du sud si je ne m'abuse. Ok.
We need a core sample to get a timeline on the rate of radiation increase, but our equipment keeps dying on us. Shepard once used a mining laser to clear some rubble back on Therum. Maybe I can do something similar with demolition charges.
Oh là là, elle apprend de ce que j'ai fait. Eh hey! Un Get Prime, c'est comme Twitch, mais il donne pas de sub. Joli salto. Il fait pas d'effort, c'est ça. Ok, je vais aller checker l'escalier là quand même. C'est ça, la plateforme de streaming, la meilleure. Ah d'accord, bon ben voilà. Petite sauvegarde. Poussez-vous. Eh mais ouais, c'est ça que je veux utiliser, pas les feux, pas le feu. Il est explosé.
Nothing can hurt me!
Ah merde, j'ai pas vu qu'il était mouru.
Too late. Now you're dead.
Mais il est pas mort, espèce de connard. Voilà. Tout va bien, tout va bien. C'est une bonne idée d'ouvrir ça, j'ai pas l'impression. C'est bon, c'est protégé. C'était pour avant, quoi, si je voulais combattre. Ma spécialité, c'est de faire un combat et puis me rendre compte à la fin que j'avais un truc pour m'aider. Ok. C'est vrai, c'est vrai. Mais how many of these clowns are there? Tout va bien, tout va bien, tout va bien. Ils sont où les méchants? Ils sont en dessous. Je sais pas si c'était vraiment... Ok. Je place les explosifs. Ah, gaga! Bonjour. Eh. Ça va bien le soleil là.
Quarian architecture. There's two words you don't expect to hear together.
Why do we care? Anyone choosing to come here should be on their own.
Our ancestors walked these halls with uncovered heads. The sun must have been normal back then. So much space, walls of stone. It's amazing. I wish my friends could see it. I wish Shepard were here. Tali's order to base camp. Come in, base camp.
J'arrive, hein. On va se faire un petit hack d'abord. Je pense que tu noircis un peu le tableau. Je pense que là où t'es, c'est pas comme la mission où je suis quand même. Je pense que t'exagères. Allez. Bonjour.
Is anyone there?
Tali, it's Shepard.
Shepard? I'm not complaining, but you show up at the strangest times. What are you doing in the middle of Get Space?
Et toi?
I got a mission, remember? It's dangerous, but you don't seem averse to high-risk missions these days.
I'll discuss the mission as soon as the Marines got me into the observatory. From where you are, it's through the door and across the field. I got the data I needed and I'm safer now, but I've got a lot of geth outside.
Bravo Bouzni. De guerre hier. Mais c'était... Ouais, c'était hier aussi qu'il faisait 28 ici.
What is this research you're after?
It's about this world's sun. It's aging faster than it should. I can tell you more about it once we've got fewer geth shooting at us.
Oh.
Would it help if I brought in the Normandy?
Doubtful. These buildings are centuries old. If you bring down heavy fire, this whole place could collapse on us.
Yeah, tu m'as battu d'une seconde, Bouzni, c'est ça?
Is anyone else still with you, or are you alone out there?
Rieger had a team of Marines covering me when I ran for the observatory. At least some of them are still alive. I can hear them firing at the geth outside.
It looks like somebody sealed the door against the geth, and the console's damaged. Can you get it open on your end?
Let me see. Yes, I can do it. Here.
Ah. N'oubliez pas de follow pirate, bien sûr. Il m'a mis 2 secondes. Ah ouais, c'est imbattable. 1 seconde j'aurais pu, mais 2 c'est mort, quoi. GG. GG Bouzni.
We've been spotted.
Machine cowards! The drones can hide! Nothing can hurt me.
Ah oui, mais une 33-94 est style une 33 quoi. Eh salaud va. Ouais, que ça le branle. Ouh. Mais il crame pas Garus là?
Up front. Never saw me coming. Perfect. I love this rifle.
Ah, il aime son flingue. Ah, ouais, ça c'est mon flingue et ça c'est mon dard. Je pense que tu rêves. Mais arrêtez avec vos drones pourris là, ils intéressent personne. Je vais laisser la fonction de mettre dans l'ordre selon le temps ou non, sinon ça marche pas encore une fois. Qu'est-ce que tu appelles laisser la fonction? Faut refaire le tri à chaque fois. Mais je pense que tu fais n'importe quoi, Bouzni. Je suis désolé de te le dire comme ça, de but en blanc. Je pense que tu n'es pas adroit avec l'outil informatique. On ne voit que ça. Justice pour Bouzni. Alors on regardera après le stream si tu n'y arrives pas. Normalement, je sélectionne les 3 colonnes. Je fais, c'est dans données, je crois, trier. Tu peux faire triage avancé et tu sélectionnes la colonne du milieu et tu lui dis de trier et ça trie et t'es content. Ça faisait rien tout ça là. Juste que ton temps il était pas compté comme une durée, mais c'est moi qui faisais des tris. Hein. Justement, j'étais en train de bidouiller en même temps que toi sur le truc. Oui, c'est moi qui le faisais, oui. J'ai que 2 neurones, mais non, Benzine.
Watch out! The Colossus is back. Over here. Get to cover.
Elle est pas partie sans roquette, non?
Leader Cal Rieger, Migrant Fleet Marines. We talked on the radio before that dropship arrived. I still got no idea why you're here. This ain't the time to be picky. Tally's inside over there. The Geth killed the rest of my squad, and they're trying to get to her. Best I've been able to do is draw their attention.
How many Geth are out there?
The Geth are near platoon strength, but the Colossus is the worst part. It's got a repair protocol. Huddles up and fixes itself. I can't get a clear shot while it's down like that. I tried to move in closer, and one of the bastards punched a shot clean through my suit.
How bad is your suit damage?
Combat SEALs clamp down to isolate contamination, and I'm swimming in antibiotics. The Geth might get me, but I'm not gonna die from an infection in the middle of a battle. That's just insulting.
Mort d'un rhume.
What can you tell me about the battlefield?
Right side's got a catwalk with a sniper perch. You could wreak some havoc from there, but none of my men made it past the Geth. The middle's got cover, but the damn Colossus has a clear shot at you the whole time, and you've got Geth coming in from both sides. The left gives you some cover from the Colossus, but your ass is hanging out for the Geth. That's how I got shot.
Cool.
Any ideas on how to deal with the Colossus?
Standard protocol with armature-class units is to sabotage the shields and whittle it down, you know? Kill it with bug bites. But the repair protocol blows that plan to hell. You try to wear it down, it just huddles up and fixes itself. So whatever we do has to scrap that bastard fast. Probably means getting up close, past that cover.
We need to get to Tali. Got any ideas?
Just one. I'm not moving so well, but I can still pull a trigger. And I got a rocket launcher that the sun hasn't fried yet. You move in close. I'll keep the Colossus busy. Maybe even drop its shields. With luck, you'll be able to finish it off.
Good luck, Rieger. Let's go shoot some Geth.
Kila Salai. Say hi to Tali for me.
Vu que c'était l'option pragmatique, je suppose qu'il va pas s'en sortir.
Enemy.
Zou.
One less to worry about.
Taking heavy.
Bon, disons qu'on va par là. Wait. Ça fait plusieurs fois que tu dis que tu aimes bien ton pam-pam-boom, Garus. On sait. Attends, est-ce que tu peux... Voilà. Oui, bah... Hein. Ah, oui, oui, oui. Wouhou. Moi je suis pas assez pas passé loin du cimetière mais... Oh bop. J'arrive Tali.
Just let me finish this download.
Il est toujours allumé lui hein.
Thank you, Shepard. If not for you, I would never have made it out of this room. This whole mission has been a disaster. I wish I'd joined you back on Freedom's Progress, but I couldn't let anyone take my place on something this risky.
A lot of Quarians lost their lives here. Was it worth it?
I don't know, Shepard. It wasn't my call. The Admiralty Board believed the information here was worth sacrificing all our lives for. I have to believe that they know what's best.
I didn't ask what some admiral thought. I asked what you thought.
A lot of people died here. Some of them were my friends. All of them were good at their jobs. That damn data better be worth it. The price was too high.
What can you tell me about your research here?
Haystrom's sun is destabilizing. Back when this was a Quarian colony, it was a normal star. It shouldn't change that quickly.
Je suis dispo dimanche. Vous venez.
Any idea what's destabilizing the sun?
If I had to guess, I'd say that it was dark energy affecting the interior of the star. The effect is similar to when stars blow off mass to enter a red giant phase, but Haystrom's sun is far too young for this to be natural.
Whatever the reason, I'm glad I could help. Once you deliver that data, I could use you on the Normandy.
I promised to see this mission through. I did. I can leave with you and send the data to the fleet. And if the admirals have a problem with it, they can go to hell. I just watched the rest of my team die.
Maybe not the whole rest of your team, ma'am.
Il est vivant!
You made it.
Your old captain's as good as you said. Damn Colossus never stood a chance.
If need be, the Normandy can get you out of here, Rieger.
The Geth didn't damage our ship. As long as we get out of here before reinforcements show up, we'll be fine.
Actually, I won't be going with you. I'm joining Commander Shepard.
I'll pass the data to the Admiralty Board and let them know what happened. She's all yours now, Shepard. Keep her safe.
Oh. Cool. On a Tali.
Cerberus saw footage of you in action, Talizora. We're looking forward to having you on the team. Your engineering expertise will really benefit the mission.
I don't know who you are, but Cerberus threatened the security of the migrant fleet. Don't make nice.
That's why you're here, Tali. I need people who aren't Cerberus. People I can trust.
I wasn't part of what happened to the migrant fleet, but I understand your distrust. I hope we'll get past that as we work together.
I assumed that you were undercover, Shepard. Maybe even planning to blow Cerberus up. If that's the case, I'll loan you a grenade. Otherwise, I'm here for you, not for them.
That's all I'm asking, Tali.
Remember, Shepard, these people thought enslaving Thorian creepers and Rachni was a good idea. I'll be in engineering.
Don't forget to introduce yourself to Edie, the ship's new artificial intelligence.
Ouais, ouais. Ouais, elle y va là. Ma quoi crash quand j'ai envoyé le message, donc j'ai rien entendu d'une éventuelle réponse. Ah! Tu vas devoir regarder la VOD que je vais mettre en subonly, dommage. Non, je disais je suis dispo dimanche.
Commander, can I help you with something?
I'm more interested in just talking for a bit.
Sounds good. I could use some downtime.
Ah putain, enfin il veut causer lui!
The way some people talk, we may as well be dead already. Hard for the crew to relax on this kind of job.
No kidding. The next Normandy gets a lounge.
They better not need to do this again. Rebuilding everything was a pain in the ass.
I can verify that.
Yeah, I bet you can. I doubt they'll front the money to stitch me back together if we screw it up. It's a hell of a job, isn't it, Shepard? Being the good guys.
I'm not trying to be a good guy. I've just got a job to do.
It's harder for me to separate the two. But you make the big calls. Glad it's not my job. Anyway, I need to get back to work. Good talking to you.
Après mon soirée, comme ça je propose ça de suite. M'en fous. Je suis dispo toute la journée. Et zou. Ah, faudra vraiment que je fasse du scan parce que là, ça devient critique là. Mais j'en viens, connard. Morning.
Shepard, how can I help?
Have you got a minute to talk?
Yes, good timing in fact. Excellent. Made breakthrough. Can share results while next samples grow. Hate waiting for culture analysis. Never fast enough. Usually no result in advance. Just checking work. Have to be careful. Getting off track. Discovery. Based on Prothean collector connection, can examine technology, chart Reaper species modification, fall of Protheans.
Tell me what happened.
Early stages similar to indoctrination. Can guess captured Protheans lost intelligence over several cloned generations. Cybernetic augmentation widespread afterward. As Protheans failed, Reapers added tech to compensate. Mental capacity almost gone, replaced by overworked sensory input transfers. Transmitting data to masters.
Il est un peu dur à suivre Mordine hein, quand il cause.
Does knowing how the Protheans fell tell us anything useful about how to stop the Collectors or the Reapers?
Not yet. More useful as motivation. Effects on Protheans more than indoctrination, body modification. No self-preservation instinct. Old injuries not healed, no reproduction, just cloning. Technology overriding biology, not augmenting. No art, no culture, closer to husks than slaves. Tools for Reapers. Protheans dead, Collectors just final insult. Must be destroyed.
I didn't think you needed any more motivation than you already had to stop the Collectors.
Enjoyed challenge. Saw necessity of attack on Collectors after Plague on Omega. Their work, my people. Hard to care about two armies. One wins, one loses. Always work to do after. Now, have more context. See what Collectors are. Wasn't looking for other work before. Don't mean to imply that. Just committed now. Won't let you down.
You said the Collectors had no art. I had no idea you cared about that kind of thing.
Personal interest negligible. Sang a little. Multi-species productions for cultural exploration. Gilbert and Sullivan always had me do the patter songs. But not about me. Cultural artistic expression reflects philosophical evolution, interest in growth, perspective, observation, interpretation. Suspect you won't see any art in Collector base. Culturally dead. Tools for Reapers. Worse than the Geth.
Est-ce qu'il y a un album des chansons de Mordine quelque part?
I'm sorry, I know that was important, but you perform Gilbert and Sullivan?
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian. I've studied species Turian, Asari, and Batarian. I'm quite good at genetics as a subset of biology because I am an expert, which I know is a tautology. My xenoscience studies range from urban to agrarian. I am the very model of a scientist Solarian.
Incroyable.
What is it about the collector's modifications that bothers you so much?
Disrupts socio-technological
L'enchaînement de dialogue est incroyable.
Overcoming, compensating for limitations. Can't carry a load, so invent wheel. Can't catch food, so invent spear. Limitations. No limitations, no advancement. No advancement, culture stagnates. Works other way, too. Advancement before culture is ready. Disastrous. Saw it with Krogan. Uplifted by Solarians. Disastrous. Our fault.
If you feel that way, why did you work on the genophage modification?
Talked before. Best option. That, or kill them all. If around during first contact, would have argued against it. Wasn't there then. Do what I can.
You blame the Solarians for what the Krogan did?
Yes. Like giving nuclear weapons to cavemen. Krogan unprepared for spaceflight, technological advance. Krogan could have evolved alone, worked out aggression, been ready to use new tech responsibly. Instead, Solarians came, disrupted Krogan culture, used Krogan as blunt instrument against Rachni. Short-sighted. Foolish.
Thanks for sharing what you've learned, Morden.
Proud to be here, Shepard. Thank you for including me.
On va faire un peu le tour de tout le monde. Je vais pas forcément m'arrêter tout de suite, mais... tant qu'on est là.
Wonderful chat with your friend Tali. She's not what I expected from her psych report. I like her.
Ce n'est pas mon ami.
Tally's a good friend. We've been through a lot together.
Quarians are so fascinating to me, but they also make me a little sad.
Why do they make you sad?
Their environment suits are so beautiful, but with their immune systems, they're trapped inside. I wonder what they look like under those helmets, or what their skin feels like under those suits.
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
Ouais, non, elle dit rien de
I better
nouveau.
go.
Okay, maybe we'll talk later. Commander, you've received a new message at your
Personnage en scénarium. Mais ça suffit. Ah, ils acceptent que Tali vienne, mais on n'a pas demandé, hein. Ah, c'est ça son nom de base, Talizora Vasnima. Très bien. Je veux voir mes poissons. Waouh. Est-ce qu'il m'en manque un? Il manque peut-être des trucs ici, hein. Oh, la flemme de tout. Demandais s'il y en avait un qui listait les vaisseaux, mais bon. Il en manque un, donc. Les poissons, j'en sais rien. Alors. Avec mes yeux, là. Et j'ai enfin réussi à lui rallumer les
I
yeux.
wanted to check in.
I am always happy to talk with you.
I'm interested in hearing more about Asari Justicars.
Oula. Elle est aussi souple que moi quand elle s'assoit par terre. Hein.
Young Asari grow up watching vids about our adventures. Pure fiction, of course. Some Asari are uncomfortable with us, but so few Justicars exist that most have never met one.
There are only a few Justicars?
Few Asari wish to make the sacrifices necessary to become one of us, and the training has a high casualty rate. It is a life of constant danger. Throughout the entire galaxy, there are only a handful of us at any time.
Why would anyone want to be a Justicar?
It is a deeply personal matter.
Je suis pas assis par terre.
Sometimes the most brutal path is the only honest one.
This code of the Justicar seems central to your life.
It is 5,000 sutras and covers every situation one can encounter. I have memorized every word. There is only the code.
Sometimes justice calls for mercy.
It does not exist to bring about spiritual enlightenment. Its purpose is to punish the wicked and protect the innocent.
The Asari I've spoken to seem conflicted about Justicars.
In this age, people see shades of gray everywhere. The code of the Justicar is black and white. I might seem a hero to many, but I would kill all of them if I had to.
Ah, super!
What role do you think Justicars have in Asari society?
I would say that the closest human equivalent is a knight-errant in your medieval lore. Perhaps mixed with a bit of
Le lore.
What does your code say about killing?
I am compelled to kill the wicked. If a Justicar is involved, peaceful solutions are long past.
You make killing sound so casual.
I remember each being I have slain. They are always in my thoughts.
Ça va alors.
Does the code forbid romantic involvement?
It does not. However, I would never be interested in such. That part of my life is well behind me.
Oui, mais moi, je t'aime bien.
You could meet someone who reawakens those desires.
I am nearly 1,000 years old. I know myself and my desires. But your curiosity is quite welcome.
You know about knights errant and samurai?
When I knew I must leave Asari space again, I studied the history and morals of new species. When I was a maiden wandering the galaxy, humans had not yet arrived.
What did your studies tell you about us?
You are more individualistic than any other species I have encountered. If 3 humans are in a room, there will be 6 opinions. I like your species. I am curious to see what you will do.
I should go.
Bisous.
I'm glad we spoke.
C'est là que je voulais aller.
So the collectors did take New Canton.
Yes, but my wife and daughter left in the nick of time. They're resting in San Francisco as we speak.
That's great news.
It is, but I knew a lot of good people in New Canton. Our mission has to succeed.
Thank God Shepard's in command.
C'est moi.
How may I help you, Commander?
À chaque fois, ça va me buter. La manière dont elle la regarde, c'est. Ah non, y a rien de nouveau ici.
Commander.
Elle disparaît de la même façon, c'est trop bien. Tu pourrais mettre un screamer de film d'horreur sur l'apparition de Shepard, ça serait... ça marcherait à merveille.
Need me for something?
Have you got a minute?
Voilà.
Yeah.
Putain, c'était...
Easing tension. I've never considered cross-species intercourse. Damn, saying it that way doesn't help. Now I feel dirty and clinical. Are we crazy to even be thinking about this? I'm not... Look, Shepard, I know you can find something a little closer to home.
I don't want something closer to home. I want you. I want someone I can trust.
I can do that. I'll find some music and do some research to figure out how this thing should work. It'll either be a night to treasure or a horrible interspecies awkwardness thing. In which case, fighting the collectors will be a welcome distraction, so, you know, a win either way.
So when should I book the room?
I'd wait if you're okay with it. Disrupt the crew as little as possible and take that last chance to find some calm just before the storm. You know me, I always like to savor the last shot before popping the heatsink.
What?
Wait. That metaphor just went somewhere horrible.
Il va accéder à des sites via France Connect, je pense.
I'll let you get back to work.
Right. Because I'm in a great place to optimize firing algorithms right now.
Ah putain, ils sont vraiment exceptionnels ces dialogues.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
Bez?
Of course.
Pardon.
I'd been meaning to speak with you, in fact.
Ah. Bizarre ce plan. Fais gaffe à la scoliose là quand même.
Apologize. I didn't fully believe you'd be up to the task, and it seems I was wrong. Frankly,
Comme elle l'a regardé.
I wish Cerberus had recruited you earlier.
Alors vous m'avez pas recruté. Par contre, enfin, je veux dire, elle a passé quoi, 2 ans à se jeter corps et âme dans le projet de me raise. Et en fait, elle y croyait pas quoi. Elle se disait, oh, j'y mets toute mon âme, mais elle est un peu à chier en vrai.
I trust you, but I don't trust Cerberus. Your
Trust you,
experiments cross the line.
All the time, yes. But I recall a Spectre who crossed a few lines while hunting down Saren and the Geth. And we'd be lucky to have you. Too many join us out of simple xenophobia. We need more people here for the right reasons.
What was Cerberus trying to prove by experimenting on children like Jack?
A mistake, no question. Not mine. And one that was corrected once we discovered the extent of the experiments being performed.
I saw your bases years ago. You were using Rachni, Thorian creepers, even husks to make your own army.
The husks were already dead. The Thorian creatures were mindless.
Bah ça va
and the
alors.
Rachni were abandoned once we understood their intelligence. We weren't breeding an army, we were breeding expendable shock troops for high-risk scenarios. How many soldiers died in Saren's attack on Eden Prime? How many would have lived if we'd had just a dozen Rachni soldiers on our side?
With your intelligence, you could have landed any job you wanted. Why choose this?
Because I still envy the time Morden spent with the Special Tasks Group, working with people as smart as he was. Cerberus never tells me that something is impossible. They give me my resources and say do it. And they've given you even more. A new life, a new ship, the elusive man's personal attention.
Super.
What, you disapprove?
No. I'm just impressed. You're... well, look at you. A spacer kid, educated with on-ship tutorials, no strong foundation for stability. And you've done more than I could. Despite everything my father did to make me perfect, you're the best humanity has to offer.
C'est vrai. Il y a aucune gentille réponse. Me casse. Mais pourquoi je peux pas faire
Does it always have to come back to your father's genetic tailoring?
This is what I am, Shepard. I can't hide it. The intelligence, the looks, even the biotics. He paid for all of that. Every one of your accomplishments is due to your skill. The only things I can take credit for are my mistakes.
Mais pourquoi je peux pas cliquer sur les dialogues là?
That's a tough feeling to live with. Maybe after we save the galaxy, you'll change your mind.
We can hope. Thanks for coming by, Shepard. I appreciate it.
Salut hein. Ah non. Ok. Alors qui reste Kazumi, on peut pas lui causer. On va aller dans les toilettes des hommes.
Shepard, the women's
Ah
restroom is
pardon.
on the starboard side of the ship.
Oui, bien sûr. Qu'est-ce qu'il a à nous dire lui? Oh putain.
Have a few minutes to talk?
If you wish.
The last time we talked, you started speaking about a past event as if you were watching it.
Drell have perfect memories. We can relive any moment in our lives with perfect clarity. It's difficult to control at times. Some of us disappear into, let's call it solipsism.
Solipsisme.
What do you mean, solipsism?
When a memory feels as real as life, it's as valid as life. Thinking about a moment brings back the smell of cut grass, the warmth of another's hand on yours, the taste of another's tongue in your mouth. Wouldn't you rather lose yourself in such a memory than spend the night alone, staring at walls of metal and plastic?
Isn't there a risk that you could lose yourself in bad memories as well?
Of course. Remembering the times I've taken bullets is unpleasant. But I can look at my knee and see it's not shattered. The memories that are hard to escape are those of despair.
You can remember everything that happened in your life?
Nearly. I expect if we remembered the birth trauma, we'd never recover from it.
Parle de ce que disait Miranda.
You can relive every assassination you've ever made?
In perfect detail. Every mistake I made. Every target's last breath.
Oui, c'est sûr, mais bon.
You don't seem to feel guilty.
Why should I? My employers killed them. My body was only the tool they used. If you kill a man with your gun, do you hold the gun responsible?
Mais c'est toi qui tenais le gun, du coup. C'est toi le responsable, même si on t'a demandé.
Your body doesn't make the decision to shoot, your mind does. You make the choice to kill.
When someone aims a gun at you, you pull your trigger. You don't think. It's reflex. Any combat training conditions the body's reflexes. My training was very thorough. Drell minds are different from humans. We see our body as a vessel, and accept that it is not always under our control.
So if I shot you dead right now, a Drell court wouldn't convict me?
You'd be guilty because you chose to shoot me. If my reflexes caused me to draw and fire when I saw your gun come up, I would be innocent. Humans often believe in a soul distinct from the body. A spirit responsible for moral reasoning that lives on after the body's death. Our belief is just a bit more literal.
The last time we talked, you remembered one of your assassinations. Something about sunset-colored eyes?
Ah, that time. Laser dot trembles on the skull. Spice on the spring wind. Sunset eyes, defiant in the scope. A bystander noticed my spotting laser and threw herself between me and the target. She couldn't see me, but she stared me down.
It was odd that you just blurted that out. Just another vivid Drell memory?
No. She was a vivid person.
Did you take the shot?
Not that day.
I should get back to my duties.
Shepard.
Bizarre de...
I appreciate these chats we have.
Haven't had a chance to speak to a drow before. It's been fascinating.
I doubt many humans have. There are only a few 100,000 of us left after all. I won't keep you.
J'ai l'impression que le dialogue est un peu... coupe un peu court. Ah là là, c'est bientôt l'heure de parler au PNJ préféré de Tricia. On s'en approche. Bon lui... Là où t'es, hein. Reste loin. Ah! Pas tout de suite. Je la voyais plus loin que ça. Ah, quel look.
Hey. Tell me something I don't know about you.
Nothing to tell. Why?
Trop bizarre d'arriver vers quelqu'un comme ça. Dis-moi quelque chose que je sais pas.
I want to know more, and I'm not going away.
I'm here to fight for you. Nothing says we have to be friends, but whatever. Something you don't know, huh? Obvious stuff like what's up with my ink, or something else just as boring. You're not really interested unless it affects you. I've been through all this shit before.
You're a hard person to like, Jack.
Really? I had no idea. What other amazing insights do you have that I'm too stupid to see?
Mais vraiment, que veulent dire vos tatouages? Et qu'est-ce que ça fout là, ça? Comme ça, là. Et alors, ça fait le sexe un peu ou pas trop? Je lui demandais quand même.
I've been with lots of people.
Important.
You're asking about a boyfriend or a girlfriend? No. It's a waste of time and it never works. You let someone get that close, it just means they need a shorter knife. Lonely and alive works just fine, thanks.
I'll bite. What's with the tattoos?
Some are for prisons I've been in. Some are for kills. You know, good ones. Some are for things I've lost. Those aren't your business. They're nobody's business. And some are because, hey, why the fuck not?
Superbe.
You're tough, but you can't have survived alone all these years.
When I was starting out, I ran with this girl Manara and her boyfriend. They knew their way around. I thought they'd help me. Right. They helped me into their bed. And when we finally did take down something big, they helped themselves to my share of the take. I knew where it was heading. And I got them first. Never bothered with friends after that.
They sound like selfish pricks. That doesn't mean they were gonna kill you.
I get feelings. I don't need proof. I did the smart thing. I always do the smart thing if people fuck with me. That's probably something you should remember.
Oh, attendez.
I've been with lots of people. You let someone get that close, it just means they need a shorter.
J'avais peur que ça ferme le dialogue vers autre chose.
Alive works just fine.
C'est pas fait tout de suite.
Seems like you miss it a little more than you want to admit.
Pick every little word apart if you want, but it doesn't change the way the galaxy works. Come on, you've been around.
I have to go, but we should do this again.
Wait, my turn with the questions. People usually walk by now. Why are you really asking all these things? What's your game, Shepard?
I've never met anyone like you.
Whatever. It'll come back to what you can take. It always does. Later, Shepard.
4 de conciliation, aïe aïe aïe. Mais oh les... Hein? Attendez, c'est par où? Mais il est où, Jackie? Il est là. Oh qu'il est beau.
Shepard.
Hunt.
Just checking in. How are you doing?
The hold is too open.
Bez?
Not enough cover. Armor is limited. Warlord Granth would target here to scatter heavy cargo, then focus on engines. That's what tank imprints show about human ships anyway. It's how I learned from the tank. Old pictures where memory is. Like holding a book for a child. Just remember this, picture after picture. No help with finding a reason to care.
What other human info's floating around in there?
Less than a finger deep to sever your spine. You're soft. Solarians, Asari, all soft. Quarians, not so much. Turians, you have to work the blade, I guess. Don't see much point to it, though. Much point. Never mind.
Something must move you. You're as genetically Krogan as you can get.
I see suffering, the dead, and I think weak. I'm supposed to be strong. My guts were grown from thousands more worthy. The dead were weak. If they were strong, I wouldn't be needed. I don't know why Okeer started teaching. When he turned on the tank the first time, I screamed. Weak, pitiful.
So you started small, but you became what you are. Not everyone gets that chance.
I'm built for strength, but didn't earn it. I just am. Those dead were strong enough to try, even if they lost. The perfect Krogan, ignoring what made me. No strength in that. I'll take another look at what happened to the Krogan. Find a reason to care about it.
Allez. Je crois pas qu'ils vont avoir quelque chose de plus à dire, les... Ah si, peut-être avec Tali.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Carry on.
Will do, Commander.
Will do, Commander.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Have you got time to talk?
Ah, pas parler devant les mécanos.
We have time to chat while taking out Gath on Haestrom, did we? I can't believe so many people died. Thank you again for getting Rieger out alive. All for data about stars blowing up. I hope the Admiralty Board gets some use out of it.
Ouais, on a un bel équipage qui se pose des questions.
Have you heard any word about Cal Rieger?
Et qui a des problèmes.
He sent me a message. It looks like he'll make a full recovery. Anytime you get a suit puncture, it's a matter of luck. Rieger got out with a relatively minor infection.
Tell me about the fleet's Admiralty Board.
It's one of two major political powers among my people. The admirals make decisions related to defense or needing immediate action. They also handle major criminal charges, like treason. The other political power is the Conclave, a group of representatives from each ship. They make most of our laws and fleet decisions.
Any news yet on the data you sent?
I'm not likely to hear anything for a while, or on an unsecured channel for that matter.
Having any trouble settling back in on the Normandy?
I like the quiet. I miss the old faces, though. Presley, Engineer Adams, all of them. It doesn't seem right having Cerberus in charge of this ship. Are you sure working for them is the right thing to do?
Does it look like they're pulling the strings, Tali? I'm not working for them. They're working for me.
So you ordered the listening devices and tracking beacons that are all over this ship. I know you need resources to fight the Collectors, but be careful, Shepard.
I fully expect them to betray us at some point, and we'll be ready.
I'm glad to hear that, Shepard. Just let me know how I can help. For now, I should get back to work. Thanks for coming by.
NP. Ok. Bon, on s'est fait une petite session dialogue là. Voir. Ah, j'ai un œil qui meurt. Je sais plus ce que je voulais foutre.
How may I
Quelque chose
help
de
you
plus,
today?
elle? Non.
That'll be all.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Ok. Donc là, on a ces deux trucs-là, et affectation. Je peux aller faire les fakirs. Hop, il y a lui ici. Oh mais ma souris. Allez. C'est bien le plus loin.
Anomaly detected.
Ah ouais, je vois. C'est malin.
Launching probe. Scans have found something.
Aizu. C'est l'heure de faire du tapis volant, justement. Dépenser les points dans l'écran. Oui, bah 2 secondes. On va prendre Tali, puisque c'est comme ça. Tali Grunt, parce que pourquoi pas. Montée d'adrénaline, maîtrise du combat. Fureur de vaincre. C'est pas mal. Ah. Mais attends. Les deux premiers, c'est les mêmes en fait. C'est juste soit la durée des pouvoirs, soit les dégâts des pouvoirs. Mais la durée des pouvoirs, j'ai rien qui soit sur la durée en fait. À part, ouais, la montée d'adrénaline. Vu que j'utilise... Ouais. Ça pourrait faire plus mal. Je sais pas si ça c'est compté comme un pouvoir. Je pense que je vais aller sur les dégâts. Ah bon? Ah bon? Comment ça? Il y a moins de dégâts des armes. Je vais aller sur celui-là. Du coup, c'est passif, ça, j'imagine. Ouais. Ok. Quoi ça? Et elle fait ta vie. Ta vie Zora.
Primary systems online. Adverse geothermal activity has rendered pathfinding function inoperable. Please use manual controls to locate research base.
Faut que je me démerde pour trouver où aller, c'est ça l'histoire. Moi j'ai pas peur. Hein. Merde. Quoi la touche déjà? Non. Maman. Ça fait chier. Fallait passer par ailleurs. Ah voilà. Mais non, faut juste trouver le chemin. Que ça veut dire que... Ouais, en bas il y avait aussi. Je ramasse tout. Hop.
Mineral resources detected. Extraction complete.
On va faire des allers-retours, mais bon. Quelque chose ici? Pas l'impression. Ok, donc ensuite on va aller en face, je pense. Il va falloir faire la traversée. Et... Bon, après c'est pas très cher payé, hein. Alors remarque, il y a pas mal de filons, donc peut-être que ça fait un bon pactole à la fin. Mais... Allez, courage.
Research base entrance ahead.
Pas vu. Alors j'imagine qu'il faut que j'y aille d'abord. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a? Carte. Ok. Puis le coffre, on sait jamais.
I was right. This site was a roadmap leading to the main Prothean ruins. Dr. Aloy and I agree that this must remain a secret at all costs.
Du coup, tu...
Another Eden Prime to occur. The Geth, the Reapers, all of them, they must be stopped.
Ça doit être secret, du coup il en parle dans un journal. Bah oui, non mais il me restait un truc à loot. Ouais, ouais, 2 secondes. Ok. Vite. Ok. Je suis sûr que ça va très bien se passer. Et voilà, évidemment. Eh. On y va en petit footing quand même, hein. C'est pas non plus... Oh, ça se détruit. Allez. Le niveau this is fine. Ah bah du coup il y a plus de cailloux ici, c'est pratique. Oula. Boum. Attention quand même. Ça abîme la peinture. Eh ben d'accord. Ou combien j'ai? Ouais, 5000 c'est quand même pas... C'est pas mal. Ok, on avait une autre mission Fakir. J'ai l'impression que ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas demandé à quelqu'un ce qu'il pensait, s'il avait des améliorations pour le vaisseau. Peut-être un dialogue qui vient plus tard, parce que je pense que Tali, elle va avoir des idées, c'est obligé. C'est une mécano. Mais sur les dialogues que j'ai fait là, je l'ai pas vu. Dorn, c'est ma mission... La mission principale, je crois. Si vous avez entendu un bruit de mail, c'est chez moi. Hein. Enfin, je fais quand même un petit scan au passage. Je vais finir la planète parce que du coup...
Launching probe. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe away. Probe launched.
Y en a des ressources là. Ah, oui.
Probe launched.
Ah, mais le platine c'est la galère. Hein. Orong. Il a de spécial.
Launching probe.
Ah.
Probe away.
Cousin éloigné de Koranteng. Des fois il y a des petits tresseaux de ressources, mais pas forcément envie d'envoyer une sonde pour ça. Ah, je peux faire une recherche. Après, les armes, est-ce que c'est le truc que j'ai le plus envie de rechercher? Je suis pas certain. Je pense que je veux surtout prio les... Ah bien ça. Les systèmes du vaisseau. Épuisé. Ça n'a aucun sens le niveau des ressources. Bon, ça sert à rien qui je prends de toute façon. Ouais, faut farmer pendant 1000 ans. Hein. Ah! Est-ce que ça va être le moment où je vais voir que le vaisseau est indeed pas très solide? Après, j'avais déjà un peu vu sur une mission précédente. Bon. Ah mais d'accord, on peut faire comme ça en fait. Je peux le rester appuyé. Le truc qui m'emmerde, c'est qu'il a pas de barre de vie quoi. On sait pas où il en est, il y a juste l'alarme qui gueule mais... Oh ce sniper! J'imagine que c'est guidé. Je pense que je me suis pris plus que 2 tirs quand même. Ah. Voilà. Oui, non mais arrête de gigoter aussi quand je scanne là. Ça c'est chiant. Je sais pas pourquoi il virevolte dans tous les sens quand on scanne. Obligé de compenser là, c'est trop chelou. Ah là je touche à rien là. J'avais déjà constaté avant mais... Elle est jolie la limite du niveau là. Je viens de me reconnecter à mon chat donc bonjour. J'ai l'impression d'avoir perdu des messages. Mais... Attendez. Ici, il y a quoi là? Rien en fait. Ah, ça sortait là. Ah, en plus, on peut sniper d'hyper loin donc. Ah, oh là. Peut-être là-haut. Facile le jeu. Voilà. Ah là j'avoue l'alarme elle est venue vite. Je me suis pris un tir, c'était la panique. Voilà. Oh 1250, let's go. Attendez, il y avait rien en bas. Eh, 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 eh. S'il y a des trucs autour avant de... Voilà. L'exploration récompensée.
Extraction complete.
Ah non, c'est juste un truc avec un néon. Là par contre, j'ai peut-être... peut-être fait une huge mistake. Non, c'est bon.
Mission objectives completed.
On pouvait... Je m'en vais. Putain, 1000 platines, oh là là. On roule sur l'or. Hein. Enfin, sur le platine.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Hmm. Je vais retourner voir Tali vite fait. Je sais pas si elle aura déjà... Voilà.
Shepard, I'm glad you came by. I may
Ah.
need your help. I just received a message from the migrant.
Déjà la mission de loyauté?
The Admiralty Board has accused me of treason. I'm scared, Shepard.
Is it because you're working with Cerberus?
I'm not working with Cerberus. I'm working with you. And I got leave to serve on the Normandy again. I have no idea what they're accusing me of. You'd think I would remember if I betrayed the fleet.
Nobody who knows you could believe you'd betray your people, Tali.
I don't know. They don't lay charges like this unless the evidence seems absolute. But thanks. I appreciate your faith in me, Shepard.
What happens when a Quarian is accused of treason?
There's a hearing, with members of the Admiralty Board acting as judges. My father is an admiral on the board. He'll have to recuse himself from judgment. I can't even imagine what he's thinking right now. The punishment for treason is exile. If they convict me, I can never go back.
So you have no idea why they're accusing you?
None. The specifics of charges like this are rarely discussed on open channels. I won't know any more until I get to the flotilla.
What happens if you're convicted?
Like I
Elle vient de te le dire.
Exile. The specifics are up to the judges. If it's deemed only a tragic mistake in judgment, the guilty party might receive a small ship and supplies. Not that it really matters. Either way, if I'm convicted, I'll never see the migrant fleet again.
So no prison and no death penalty?
We don't have the spare resources for long-term incarceration. Monitored work detail is more effective. And we don't have enough people to afford executions. An exile can still have children, and those children are welcomed back to the fleet.
How often is someone from the fleet charged with treason?
It's rare. It must be something that affects the entire flotilla, not just one ship. The most recent one was Honora Vanya Vasilani, an engineer who handed over fleet defense schematics to the Batarians. She had good intentions. The Batarians were contracted to upgrade our systems, but they passed the defense schematics to a pirate gang.
Was she convicted?
No. She made a suicide run on the pirate gang. She destroyed them before they could attack the fleet. She was pardoned posthumously. Let's hope I don't have to prove my innocence that way.
Okay. Let's go find the flotilla.
I was going to book passage on another ship. I didn't think there would be time for you to help. Thank you, Shepard. I'll program the Normandy with the flotilla's current location. The admirals will be waiting for us.
Bon, bah allons faire ça. Hein. C'est vrai que du coup, il me manque encore une personne, je crois. Merde. Putain, mais c'est dans n'importe quel sens. Ah, ah mais c'est encore... c'est Fakir aussi, très bien.
How may I help you, Command? I'll be here if you need anything.
Ok. Allons aider Tali. Et peut-être que là-dessus, je m'arrêterai. Il manque encore quelqu'un, je me souviens plus. Ah si, je crois que je vois qui c'est. Non, non, arrête. On va prendre Garu. Non mais il est... Ouais. Ok. Il est marrant ce vaisseau avec sa grosse boule là.
This is Talizora Vasniman Raya, requesting permission to dock with the Raya.
Garu l'intermittent, c'est ça.
After time adrift among open stars, along tides of light and through shoals of dust, I will return to where I began.
Permission granted. Welcome home, Talizora.
We'd like a security and quarantine team to meet us. Our ship is not clean.
Understood. Approach exterior docking cradle 17.
Bon ça pas clean, eh oh. Pas sur le balai hein.
Captain Shepard, Talizora told me a lot about you. I wish we could be meeting under more pleasant circumstances.
I've never actually reached the rank of captain. Technically, I'm no longer in the Alliance military at all.
You're the commander of the Normandy, responsible for the lives aborted. That entitles you to respect among our people. May you stand between your crew and harm as you lead them through the empty quarters of the stars.
Kila Salai. It's an old ship captain's blessing, Shepard.
What are the charges against Tali, Captain?
The charge is treason, and the punishment if she is found guilty is exile.
You know me, Captain. You know I'd never do that.
They're charging you with bringing active Geth into the fleet as part of a secret project.
That's insane. I never brought active Geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
You sent Geth materials back to the migrant fleet?
Yes, my father was working on a project. He needed the materials. If I sent back something that was only damaged, not permanently inactive, no, I checked everything. I was careful.
Technically, I'm under orders to place Talizora under arrest pending the hearing. So, Tali, you're confined to this ship until this trial is over.
Thank you, Captain.
Preparations got underway as soon as you arrived. The hearing's being held in the Garden Plaza. Good luck.
Très bien.
I can't believe they're charging Tali Zora with such a thing.
If Tali Zora can't even get a Quarian captain to stand for her, she's as good as convicted.
Ah ouais. Mais moi je suis Shepard. Je suis pas Joel Clodo.
Tali Zora vas Normandy. I am glad you came.
Salut Anna. Ça va?
Auntie Ron, Shepard vas Normandy, this is Admiral Shalaron vas Tonbe. She's a friend of my father's. Wait, Ron, you called me vas Normandy.
I'm afraid I did, Tali. The Admiralty Board moved to have you tried under that name, given your departure from the Nima.
You're an admiral. Does that mean you're one of the judges?
I'm afraid not. My history with Tali and her father forced me to recuse myself.
I imagine father had to do the same.
You'll see inside, Tali. For my part, I moderate and ensure that the rules of protocol are followed, but I have no vote in the judgment.
I take it being associated with a human ship is a bad sign.
They stripped me of my ship name. That's as good as declaring me exiled already.
It's not over yet, Tali. You have friends who still know you as Tali Zora vas Nima, whatever we must call you legally.
I guess we should get started. Does Tali have a defense counselor? Someone who speaks for her side.
Indeed she does, Captain Shepard. She is part of your crew now, recognized by Quarian law. And remember, an accused is always represented by his or her ship's captain.
So, you would actually speak for my defense?
It would have been helpful to know about this earlier, Tali.
Our legal rules are simple. There are no legal tricks or political loopholes for you to worry about. Present the truth as best you can. It will have to be enough. Now come. I promised that I would not delay you.
Ça va bien se passer.
This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this season. Kill us alive. The accused Tali Zora vas Normandy has come with her captain to defend herself against a charge of treason.
Objection! A human has no business at a hearing involving such sensitive military matters.
Then you should not have declared Tali crew of the Normandy, Admiral Chorus. By right as Tali's captain, Shepard must stay.
Eh! Alors?
Objection withdrawn.
Shepard vas Normandy. Your crew member Tali Zora stands accused of treason. Will you speak for her?
I shouldn't have to. When Tali helped me stop Saren and his Geth army, her actions spoke for themselves. Without her help, none of you would be alive to put her on trial today.
Well said, Shepard. None of us should forget Tali's contributions to the fleet.
Tali, you're accused of bringing active Geth to the migrant fleet. What say you?
How could Tali have brought Geth to the fleet while serving on the Normandy?
To clarify, Shepard, Tali isn't accused of bringing back entire units, only parts that could spontaneously reactivate.
But I would never send active Geth to the fleet. Everything I sent was disabled and harmless.
Then explain how Geth seized the lab ship where your father was working.
What are you talking about? What happened?
C'est vrai qu'ils expliquent même pas ce qui est arrivé à son daddy. Mais putain.
Oh, Keela.
I thought Quarians valued family. How do you justify springing this on Tali in the middle of a damn trial?
Our apologies. Tali should have been informed.
Shepard, we have to take back the All-Right.
Genre au moins, toi t'aurais pu lui dire avant qu'on entre dans la pièce quoi.
But if you are looking for an honorable death instead of exile,
I'm looking for my father, you Boshtet!
You intend to retake the All-Right from the Geth? This proposal...
Mais c'est ça, Tali should have been informed, mais on a discuté il y a 30 secondes. Oh putain.
You think Tali's helping the Geth? Maybe killing a few dozen will prove her loyalty.
we do not accuse Tali of aiding the Geth cause. We accuse her of carelessness that endangered the fleet.
Then it is decided. You will attempt to retake the Alarai. You are hereby given leave to depart the Raya. A shuttle will be waiting at the secondary docking hangar. Be safe, Tali. This hearing will resume upon your return, or upon determination that you have been killed in action.
Mais c'est les pires. Merci, I guess.
Thank you for agreeing to take back the Alarai, Shepard. The Admiral sounds sure that my father is already dead, but... I don't know. We won't know anything until we get there.
How are you holding up? They just threw a lot of fire at you, even before telling you about your father.
I knew this would be bad, but I guess you're never really prepared to be charged with treason. And my father, I don't know. He could still be alive. They don't know for certain that he's dead. I just don't know, Shepard, and I need to find out.
Is there anyone here you want to talk to before we go?
We can talk with the Admirals. It might help us to see what their viewpoints are. But I doubt we'll change anyone's mind by talking to them privately.
Let's go.
Right. The sooner we get to the Alarai, the sooner we'll know what happened.
Shepard, the secondary docking hangar is through the Conclave chamber where you are now. The shuttle they have provided is unarmed.
Understood.
Whatever Geth are on the Alarai have likely built more of themselves. Expect heavy resistance.
Donc je vais pouvoir farmer le pragmatisme ici.
You set me up, Shala. You told Captain Donna not to say anything? I don't hear that my father may be dead until I'm in the trial? Why?
The Admirals needed to hear the shock in your voice, Tali. Otherwise, they might not have let you try to retake the Alarai. That is your best chance at recovering evidence that can exonerate you. I am sorry. We cannot afford sensitivity, Tali.
Chier. Putain, mais j'ai encore le bug chelou où j'arrive pas à cliquer dans les dialogues.
At least someone here's looking out for Tali. Will retaking the Alarai really help her case?
Tali showing a desire
Genre, je sais pas si j'aurais dit qu'elle look out for her, mais bon, ok.
But more importantly, you may find
C'est ça qui me fait chier un peu avec les...
It will exonerate Tali from any wrongdoing.
I'm supposed to care about that now? All I want to do is find father.
You should get to the Alarai soon. Is there anything else I can tell you?
C'est ça qui me fait chier un peu avec les comment dire, les trucs de texte en mode résumé slash intention. C'est que tu sais pas vraiment ce que va dire le perso, quoi. Ah, faut suivre pirate, hein, oubliez pas.
What can you tell us about the Alarai?
Not much, I'm afraid. Real Zora only said that he was researching new defense technology.
Je sais qu'il y a un mode pour ça dans Fallout 4 notamment.
Or pieces I found. I assumed he was testing weapons on Geth components.
We knew nothing until the Alarai sent a distress signal, then went dead.
Ah, merci Benzine.
We didn't didn't even know about the Geth until a boarding team was attacked.
You're saying there's no data about the inside of the ship?
That's exactly what I am saying. The Marines who survived and escaped saw bodies in the halls. We must assume the worst.
No, we don't.
How long have you known Tali's family?
Since before Real was an admiral. 25 or 30 years, I'd guess. I was there when Tali was born. Her mother and I had synced up our
C'est cool d'entendre cette doubleuse. Je savais pas qu'elle avait fait Mass Effect 2.
But it was worth it. I was the one who took Tali from her mother and put her in the bubble. She cried so hard.
I don't understand. You put your children in bubbles?
Environmental units. It's a step between relying on the mother's immune system through nursing and getting a suit of one's own.
The bubbles let parents take their children out of the clean rooms safely. We don't wear suits until adolescence.
There's a celebration when a child gets her first suit. It's a coming of age.
Du coup, ils sont en bulle jusqu'à l'adolescence.
I'm not hearing much about Rail's involvement in Tali's life.
It's difficult to explain. I shouldn't.
It's all right, Anshala. No secrets between shipmates. I think I told Shepard about my father.
If you say so. Real was committed to the Quarian cause. That didn't leave him a lot of time for his family. He wanted to give Tali and her mother the home world, or a strong fleet at least. That was how he showed his love.
What kind of evidence will carry weight with the admirals?
Tali, you admitted to sending Geth parts to your father for his project.
Yes, but never anything that could have come back online on its own. I took every possible precaution.
Then find records of your shipment and experiments. Something that proves you were careful. Something that proves that this is all just a terrible accident that nobody could have foreseen.
There seem to be some other arguments going on among the admirals.
You caught that? Yes, the Geth's presence makes this a touchy issue. The Admiralty Board is trying to determine whether to focus on colonial development or attempt to retake the home world.
You're thinking of war? With the Geth?
I am not, Tali, but others are.
I know the migrant fleet is formidable, but even you can't take on the Geth.
We grow tired of wandering the stars, Shepard. We want our world back. We have paid enough for our mistake. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm telling you which way the wind is blowing.
Ok.
We should move on.
Good luck on the Alarai.
D'être par là. Alors attendez, je vais voir ce qu'il y a de l'autre côté d'abord du coup.
Loyal.
Shepard? How did you get onto the Raya?
Shepard is here to help me with my trial.
Oh yes, I heard about that. I hope you didn't really do what they said you did.
No, Vitor. I would never endanger the fleet.
Oh, well, good. So, can I help you with anything? I mean, probably not, but you helped me.
Tali could use some friends right now. Would you be willing to tell the admirals how she helped you?
No, I mean, yes, but I already did. They came to see me. I didn't want to talk in a crowd.
Vitor is doing well, but he isn't ready for a public speech just yet.
I talked to them. So did that soldier, Cal Rieger. We both told them about how you helped us. I hope it helped.
I'm sure it did, Vitor. Thank you.
Do you remember anything else about the Collectors? Anything at all?
Nothing new. I'm sorry. Every time I go back to that place in my mind, I
Vitor, come back. It's okay.
I want to help, but I can't. I didn't see anything, and what I remember...
Don't worry, Vitor. We're going to find the things that did this, and we're going to kill them.
Good. Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Vitor. Not many could have gone through what you did and come out sane.
I know. I didn't. But thank you, Commander. It's only because of your help that I've come this far.
De rien, bro.
Call Rieger.
Shepard, Talizora, good to see you both. Wish you were under better circumstances.
What did they get from our readings?
Damnedest things, just like they said. No way the son on Haystrom should have been acting that way.
So that dark energy theory is right. That's troubling.
Can't really comment on that, ma'am. I just shoot things.
Combien de fois il nous a dit qu'il shootait juste des trucs, lui?
What are you doing aboard the Raya? It sounds like you gave your report to the Admiralty already.
Well, I stayed to argue the charges against Talizora. I've served with her, and she deserves better than what she's getting.
Thanks, Cal.
Just stating facts, ma'am.
Have you had any luck talking to the Admiralty board?
Admiral Ron asked my opinion about the Geth since I'd fought on Haystrom. She and Admiral Gerrel are hoping you'll kill a bunch of Geth to get the crowd on your side, then find evidence to clear your name. They were hesitant, but, well, you didn't have many other options, ma'am. I recommended getting you onto the Alarai. I hope you can handle it.
You did the
Bouge
right
pas autant,
thing.
la caméra a du mal à suivre, mec.
You said that your mission had something to do with dark energy?
Right. Remember the damn sun on Haystrom? Shorted out everything. Way too much radiation? The sun's getting old. Only it's not. Dark energy. It's reducing the mass of the star's interior. Techs are worried.
Do you think the Geth are responsible for what's happening to Haystrom's son?
Keela, I hope not. They can screw up a star. Our chances in war are even worse than I thought.
I don't think this is the Geth. It would take massive time and resources to affect a star like this deliberately. It's too inefficient to be a weapon, and even the Geth wouldn't destroy a useful star system. Besides, they didn't show up until we did.
Yeah, hope you're right, man. Synthetic bastards are bad enough as it is.
What does that dark energy buildup mean? Is it something we should worry about?
Sorry, Shepard, I don't know what it means. Just that it has the scientists worried.
Hopefully it's isolated, some rare phenomenon. If dark energy can destabilize solar material. Probably not something to worry about now. But resources in this galaxy are scarce enough without stars suddenly going dead.
Some days I think flying around in the fleet without a planet of our own is the right idea.
How have you been, Rieger? You took kind of a beating on Haystrom.
Physical damage wasn't bad. I was down for about a week with infection, though. Figure I got off easy. I don't have to face those admirals.
Ça fait déjà une semaine, mais on vient de la quitter, la planète.
With your immune systems, it couldn't be easy for Quarians to fight a war. You'd lose more people to infection than injury.
We can't afford a frontline attack, that's for sure. Have to fight smart. Ideally from orbit.
We do have stockpiles of antibiotics. It's not as though everyone would die from a single shot.
No, Shepard's right. You've only seen our strike ops, Tali. Don't have all the fancy equipment in a frontline fight. Supplies get strained. Things get ugly, fast.
Ouais, c'est sûr.
We should get going.
Good luck on the Alarai. Stay safe out there.
Talizora, given the circumstances, are you certain that speaking to me is appropriate?
I'm looking for information about the Alarai. I don't intend to bribe you in the middle of the plaza, Admiral.
Pleasure to meet you, Commander Shepard. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your actions against the Geth.
Et c'est comme ça que tu me remercies.
Tali was with me. Saren and the Geth would have destroyed us all without her help.
Your political machinations are transparent, Commander. They are also unnecessary. If you and your father were actually experimenting on active Geth subjects, then you are simply idiots. No reason to waste resources on a trial. If not, then this was a tragic accident in the pursuit of a higher cause. Again, no trial is needed to determine that.
Eh ben, super.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Little. We detected several communication signatures before the Geth jammed the comm systems. Given the likely networked intelligence requirements for taking over a ship, expect between 10 and 50 units.
Then this can't have anything to do with me. I only sent parts and pieces, and certainly not enough to make that many Geth.
Sounds like your ideas about synthetics are in the minority.
Yes, at least on the Admiralty board, Hangerel sees an enemy that must be crushed. Zalcorus would run away and hide on some new colony world. Shalaran is still undecided. I had thought Rael to be firmly in Han's camp, but if his experiments were on active Geth, perhaps we have ideas in common.
If we don't find Rael alive on the Alarai, what do you think will happen?
The power balance will be disrupted. Han loses a vote for his foolish and self-destructive war. That would favor peace then, as Shah Ran is too careful to risk her own neck. But if the Admiral replacing Rael agrees with me, things could become very exciting.
You support experiments on living creatures.
Rael should have felt no more guilt experimenting on Geth than I did while performing surgery on a childhood toy.
The fact that you performed surgery on your childhood toys explains a great deal, Admiral.
A ship travels faster than I can. With the right programming, it can choose locations, even defend itself when attacked. But it is just a machine. It was built for the sole purpose of serving its master, and it can be dismantled whenever its master desires.
If you're not interested in this trial, why not recuse yourself?
And let that aging warship Han-Gerrel and the cowardly Zal Chorus be the ones to chart this course? I think not. The broader purpose underlying the trial is too important. Tali Zora is only peripherally related. No offense intended.
And what is the true purpose of this trial, Admiral?
To determine whether Quarians should fear their past mistakes or reclaim their glory using our natural affinity for artificial intelligence.
So the only reason you care about this is because Rael might have learned something valuable from the Geth.
Indeed. If he has, then even in this accident we may find something worthwhile.
You want to create new AIs?
No, Tali Zora. I wish to return the Geth to the control of their rightful masters, the Quarian race.
Je pense on va bien rien lui dire si on trouve quelque chose.
Thank you for the information.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Elle a l'air bon, hein. Elle a l'air sympa, quoi. You.
Tali, I'm glad Admiral Ran got you leave to hit the Alarai. Hopefully you'll find something that clears your name.
I'm more concerned with finding my father, Admiral.
I wish you luck.
J'aime bien comme depuis tout à l'heure on dit oui, il faut trouver son père, blabla, et on fait que parler à des gens. Mais on y va, hein.
Watching you rail away at Admiral Chorus, though, Tali's in good hands.
I get the sense you're inclined to believe the defense. I'm glad one of the judges is.
If you were only giving Rael inactive equipment for weapons tests, I've got no problem. We need to test weapons against Geth material. I know you and your father. You put too much of yourselves into this fleet to do anything to jeopardize our safety. And you're both smart enough not to make mistakes like the ones they're saying you made.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Nothing good. We sent some of our best Marines into that hellhole. Damn few made it back.
C'est marrant son accent à lui.
Ship is crawling with Geth. Don't go in expecting survivors.
Admiral, my father, your friend, is on that ship.
I know that, Tali, but if Shala hadn't suggested you might volunteer, we'd already have destroyed the Alarai. That's where we stand.
Bah cool.
Can you tell me about the other admirals? Anything that might help me change their
Heureusement
minds
qu'on
about
est là
Tali?
du coup.
The one you didn't recognize, Tali, is Admiral Zen. She's on the fence. She takes fleet safety very seriously. On the other hand, she's always been in favor of studying the Geth. I hope she sees the benefits of Rael's research. Admiral Chorus is the same whining suit wetter he always was.
You disagree with Admiral Chorus's policies, I'm guessing. Or is it personal?
The man is a damn Geth apologist. Thinks we were wrong to try to destroy them centuries ago. He wants us to search for new colony possibilities instead of taking back the home world. Any research on the Geth makes him angry. You don't have much of a chance with him, I'm afraid.
You and Tali's father go back a long ways?
We served together on the gunship Yaska during a bad Batarian raid. We were kids, serving pre-pilgrimage as trainees. Crew of 10, and 6 were dead. Kinetic barriers were down. Rael and I were alone on the bridge, and the Batarians had drawn off a tramp freighter.
save the freighter?
Our ship was under orders to hold position, but Rail looked at me and said, "We're underage. You can't charge us for breaking formation." He took the helm, I took weapons, and we brought that freighter back. The crew called us heroes. The brass called us idiots. They slapped medals on our suits, then kicked us off to pilgrimage a bit earlier than usual. That's Rail for you.
Sounds like we're dealing with more politics than just Tali bringing back equipment.
You noticed that, did you?
A plus, Tricia.
Tali's father
À la
wasn't just
prochaine.
running weapons tests on the Geth for fun. He was looking for something to give us an edge when we attacked the Geth in full-scale war.
I know Father wanted to retake the homeworld someday, but are we that close?
I don't know, kid. We almost had the votes. We just need to give people hope for victory.
I hope the Quarian people find some place to live, Admiral. But it sounds like you're playing with fire.
We're too comfortable now, Shepard. We've got the largest fleet in the galaxy and we just ride around doing nothing.
We might need that fleet to help fight the Reapers, Admiral.
Then we need a world to shelter our non-combatants while we do it.
Thanks for the information.
Hang in there, kid.
Thank you, Admiral.
Ah, le meilleur apparemment.
Judging by your ability to play to a crowd, human, I have done Tali a favor by stripping Vas Nima from her name.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral Zalcorus Vas Quib. Do not
Quib
ask
Quib.
about the name.
I take no pleasure in this, Tali, truly. But you have gravely endangered and dishonored our fleet.
Allez, c'est reparti.
Only that you should have let us destroy it. When we find the evidence of what Tali and her father did there, any hope of convincing the other admirals will die.
I did not bring active Geth to the Alarai, Admiral. I know how dangerous that would be. I only brought pieces.
The captured ship with its crew slaughtered by living beings in pain belies your argument.
Que j'ai vraiment envie de...
You have a ship named Quib?
Oh, here we go.
Have, during difficult periods, purchased pre-owned vessels from other cultures, and have, on occasion, had difficulty altering the ship's registry information. The citizens of these foreign-named ships have borne the stigma of these names with grace and honor.
If it bothers you, maybe you should find another ship.
I've occasionally entertained the idea of requesting a transfer. Something with a nice, respectable name, like the Defrons or the Ictomy. But I am proud of the Quib, and I will not flee because of petty insults.
What exactly is your problem with my crew
Le
member, Admiral?
I respect Tali immensely. Her actions against Saren are to be lauded. But like her father, she wants nothing but the destruction of the Geth. The people we created, the people we wronged.
The Geth drove us from our homeworld.
Of course they did. We tried to kill them.
You and the other admirals appear to have some disagreements beyond Tali's trial.
You are correct. Tali, I apologize for it being brought into your proceedings. The other admirals are pushing for war. Rail Zora was researching new weapons to use against the Geth. They would see our fleet destroyed in the skies over our homeworld, rather than find a new colony and adapt.
Can the Quarians coexist with the Geth after all your history?
I don't know. We all deserve to find out. They are our children, Shepard. We have all done horrible things to each other, but it has to end. For both groups. That is why I cannot sanction whatever experiments you helped enable, Talizora. I believe this message needs to be sent.
I understand, Admiral. I do not agree with you, but I understand.
We should move on.
Goodbye, Talizora.
Allez, c'est l'heure de la mission. J'ai beaucoup dialogué là.
I hate you, Tali. I just think your father's plans for war were wrong.
Oh, il a pas l'air si horrible. Coris Van Quib. Vas Quib. Moi j'ai toujours peur de mal comprendre ce que disent les PNJ et d'être d'accord avec un horrible, mais...
Talizora Vas Nima. Oh, sorry. I mean Vas Normandy.
No offense taken. The change in name was not my choice.
Per Admiral Rand's orders, the shuttle is prepared for you and Captain Shepard Vas Normandy.
Can you tell us anything about what we'll find on the Alarai?
I'm afraid I don't know much. Not many Marines made it back from the initial assault. They talked about massive waves of Geth, though. More than there should have been.
There shouldn't have been any at all.
Right. I mean that they're afraid the Geth are building or repairing more of themselves from materials on the Alarai.
Let's head to the Alarai.
Of course. I'll unlock the shuttle now. Good luck with those Geth, Talizora. Kira Selai.
Selai.
Hostile spotted.
They're all yours to take us.
C'est vrai qu'ils sont beaucoup.
Something slowing down the systems. We're taking down the firewalls to rebalance load distribution.
Salut tout le monde, merci pour le raid. Pirate, je crois que c'est toi qui streamais ce soir. Oui, c'était pour la découverte de K-pop. Salut, salut, j'espère que vous allez bien. Je suis sur la dernière mission de la soirée, je pense. Après, je déco. Bienvenue, bienvenue. Ah. Un peu de code. Ouais, ça s'est bien passé, il y a eu pas mal de dialogues.
This is one of the storage units I sent to Father. Looks like parts from a disabled repair drone, plus a reflex algorithm that I didn't recognize. I got this on Haystrom.
What made a part worth sending back to your father?
It had to be in working order, something that could be analyzed and integrated into other technology. Anything new had priority. Technology the Geth had developed themselves, signs of modification, clues to their thinking.
C'est très très cool à faire Mass Effect, je te conseille de les faire. Ce que je suis en train de faire là, c'est la Legendary Edition, donc t'as le 1, 2, 3 remasterisé qui sont dispo sur s'appelle le launcher de EA là. Et puis t'as Andromeda qui fait un peu plus débat dans les commus, mais moi je l'aime bien.
How did you get these things to your father?
Sometimes I left packages at secure drops in civilized areas. Someone on pilgrimage would see that it was shipped home. For very valuable finds, I'd signal home and Father would send a small ship.
Haystrom was a war zone. How did you salvage gear in the middle of all that?
These suits have more pockets than you'd think. Quarians have learned how to salvage whatever we can, whenever we can. Within reason. We're not Vorcha, but we repair what most people would throw away. hundreds of the ships in our fleet were salvaged wrecks, either found dead in space or purchased for next to nothing.
Ils ont un peu tous cet accent-là, les Cariens. C'est cool, ouais. Si tu connais Anna d'Overwatch, il y a un des PNJ à qui on a causé avant qui est doublé par cette doubleuse-là. C'est pas son nom malheureusement. Ah. Elle a aussi fait un PNJ dans World of Warcraft, mais je sais pas ce qu'elle a fait d'autre par contre. C'est pas genre FPS multi ou fast FPS comme... Enfin, je sais pas si c'est très fast FPS au final, Overwatch, mais... Après, moi là, je shoot beaucoup dans Mass Effect, mais t'es pas obligé de jouer comme ça, il y a beaucoup de gameplay différents. Ouais. Passe pas ma vie dessus non plus. Overwatch, j'ai arrêté d'y jouer là. Les FPS multi en général, c'est plus trop ma cam. Sauf si demain il sort Team Fortress 3. Voilà, je suis là. Et ça n'arrivera jamais. Team Fortress qui est mon alerte de raid. Si vous l'avez entendu en arrière. C'est le jingle de victoire de Team Fortress 2. Une bite, il suffit de jouer plus. Ça se règle. Un coffre. Tout le monde est une bite au début. Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Console might have something. Most of the data is corrupted, but a few bits are left. They were performing experiments on Geth systems, looking for new ways to overcome Geth resistance to reprogramming.
Do you think testing weapons on the Geth was right?
It's not testing weapons on prisoners, Shepard. I only sent Father parts. Even if he assembled them, they wouldn't be sapient. You saw what Saren and Sovereign did with the Geth. Any research that gives us an advantage is important.
Do you know what kind of tests your father was running?
No, Father just told me to send back any Geth technology I could find that wasn't a direct danger to the fleet. I suspected he might be testing weapons, but I thought he was just working on new ways to bypass shields or armor.
Could any of that data clear your name?
Doubtful. This is mostly results data, effects of different disruptive hacking techniques. I don't understand all of it. But They may have been activating the Geth deliberately. I don't know. Nothing here says specifically, but if they were, then Father was doing something terrible. What was all this, Father? You promised you'd build me a house on the homeworld. Was this going to bring us back home?
You'll reclaim your homeworld someday, Tali. If your father can't help you, I will.
Taking back our planet would only be the beginning. We'd have to cannibalize our fleet to rebuild cities and infrastructure. It would take generations of gene therapy to readapt our immune system so we could live without suits again. We'd be adapting our entire culture. Again. Sometimes I wonder if it's actually worth it.
Ouais, quand même. Ouais, oui, je sais pas, ils peuvent aussi... même ailleurs, ils devront se réadapter aussi, donc c'est pareil.
If you don't take back your home, the Geth win.
I won't let that happen. Not today. Not ever. At the very least, we can take back one ship. Come on.
Ah oui, clavier souris, c'est quand même mieux pour les FPS. Hein. Manette, c'est horrible. Les choix, enfin ça dépend des dialogues, mais oui les choix de dialogue ont un impact sur l'histoire et même sur les 3 jeux. Les 3 jeux sont connectés, quand tu passes d'un à l'autre, tu importes ta save avec tes choix. C'est la grande force de Mass Effect justement. Il y a plein de choix que tu fais dans le 1 qui reviennent te mordre le cul, comme on dit, dans le 3. Voilà, je suis placé un peu comme un connard. Hein. Est-ce que je peux bouger? Voilà, merci. Ouais, en théorie, tu peux refaire les jeux en boucle et... Alors, au bout d'un moment, tu seras limité, mais... Tu peux refaire quelques fois les jeux sans avoir 2 fois la même partie, quoi. Après, si tu découvres les 3, le premier il est un peu rude à passer quand même. Il a un peu vieilli. Mais c'est aussi le plus court, donc...
Father! No. You always had a plan. Masked life signs or an onboard medical stasis program maybe. You wouldn't.
Bonne soirée pirate, merci encore pour le raid.
You wouldn't leave me to clean up your mess. You can't.
Ah, j'hésitais à faire le... Vous n'avez pas regardé?
Come on, Tali. You don't have to stay here.
Yes, I do. Someone in this family needs to stop walking away. He had to know I'd come. Maybe he left a message.
Tali, if you are listening, then I am dead. The Geth have gone active. I don't have much time. The main hub will be on the bridge. You'll need to destroy it to stop their VI processes from forming new neural links. Make sure Hangerl and Darozen see the data. They must.
Thanks, Dad.
Do you want to get your father back to the shuttle?
No. Leave him. The mission comes first. It's what he would have wanted. Come on, let's finish this.
D'accord, mais est-ce qu'il y a du loot ici? Il y a en effet du loot. Ah ben voilà. J'ai l'impression que c'est le dernier qui me manquait. Je sais pas s'il y aurait eu un succès dessus. Mais... Drones. Bah.
Nice.
Ah mais il était pas mort.
This console is linked to the main hub Father mentioned. Disabling it shut down any geth we missed. It looks like some of the recordings remained intact. They'll tell us how this happened, what Father did.
You sound like you don't really want to hear it.
No. We have to. I know. I just... This is terrible, Shepard. I don't want to know that he was part of this.
Do we have enough parts to bring more online?
Yes, the new shipment from your daughter will let us add 2 more geth to the network.
We're nearing a breakthrough on systemic viral attacks. Perhaps we should inform the Admiralty Board, just to be safe.
No. We're too close. I promised to build my daughter a house on the home world. I'm not going to sit and wait while the politicians argue.
We'd have an easier time of it if Tali Zora could send back more working material.
Absolutely not. I don't want Tali exposed to any political blowback. Leave
Dommage.
out of this. Assemble new geth with what we have. Bypass security protocols if need be.
Bonne nuit, Nouche. Merci d'être passé.
Your father was deliberately networking the Geth to Sapiens to do weapons tests.
That breaks our most sacred laws. Laws that predate our flight from the homeworld. Everything here is his fault. I tried to pretend it didn't point to him, but this... When this comes up in the trial, they'll... We can't tell them. Not the Admirals, not anyone.
Rail Zora doesn't need you to worry about him anymore. You heard him say he didn't want you to be caught in the politics.
You don't understand, Shepard. They would strike his name from the manifest of every ship he ever served on. He would be worse than an exile. He'd be a traitor to our people, held up for children as a monster in a cautionary tale. I can't let all the good he did be destroyed for this, Shepard.
Tali, without this evidence, you're looking at exile.
You think I don't know that? You think I want to live knowing that I can never see the fleet again? But I can't go back into that room and say that my father was the worst war criminal in our people's history. I cannot.
We're not gonna decide anything here. Let's see what the Admirals say once we get back.
You're my captain in this hearing, Shepard. It's your decision. But please, don't destroy what my father was. Come on. If we wait too long, they'll decide we're already dead, and none of this will matter.
Ouais. Moi, je pense que je vais l'écouter, je vais être gentil, mais...
We need to face facts. There has been no word. There is no reason to think Tali's
On est là, on est juste là. Tourne la tête et tu me vois.
It's only been a few hours.
Shepard was right. Springing the information about Ray.
Mais ouais, je sais pas, parce que... De toute façon, dans le 3...
Very well. Is the Admiralty Board prepared to render judgment?
Sorry we're late.
You didn't waste much time declaring us dead. Go get your ship.
We apologize, Shepard. Your success in taking back the Alarai is very unexpected.
But also very welcome.
Did you find anything on the Alarai that could clarify what happened there?
Shepard, please.
Does Captain Shepard have any new evidence to submit to this hearing?
Oh, je peux être... je sais pas ce que ça fait, ça. Bah, j'imagine que ça, c'est ce que me demande de faire Tali. Ça, c'est montrer les preuves, et ça, c'est aucun des deux, et faire marcher le pragmatisme. Je vais tenter.
Tally's achievements are the only evidence you should need. Come on, Tali. We're leaving.
What?
This is a formal proceeding.
Wrong, Admiral. This is a sham. You're trying to build sympathy for the Geth to forestall the war effort.
That is completely...
And you want all the messy experiments covered up so you can throw your fleet at the Geth.
I...
Do whatever you want with your toy ships, but leave my crew out of your political bullshit. We have no new evidence. You can accept Tali's word, or you can exile the woman who saved the Citadel from the Geth.
Are the admirals prepared to render the judgment? Tali Zora, in light of your history of service, we do not find sufficient evidence to convict. You are cleared of all charges. Commander Shepard, please accept these gifts in appreciation for you taking the time to represent one of our people.
With all due respect, Admiral, I didn't represent one of your people. I represented one of mine.
So you did, Shepard.
This hearing is concluded. Go in peace, Tali Zora vas Normandy. Kila Solai.
Well, damn.
I can't believe you pulled that off. What you said. It's been a while since anyone shouted down the Admiralty Board. I think it was
Ah,
good
mais
for
pourquoi
them.
il y a des sautes
Thank you
dans les
for
dialogues
being
comme
there
ça,
for
c'est
my
trop
father
chelou.
and me. Even when... Thank you.
Tali, about what your father said. What he did. You deserved better.
I got better, Shepard. I got you.
Hey.
We can still go back in and get you exiled if you want.
Thanks. But I'm fine with things like this. It's fun watching you shout.
Ouais.
Come on, Tali Zora vas Normandy. Let's get back to our ship.
Thank you, Captain.
I'll take it.
Mais gueule pas comme ça. 32 pragmatisme, oh là là. Ah, technologie dégâts, let's go.
The Alarai was a good start, but there are lots more Geth out there.
I knew they wouldn't exile Tali Zora.
Congratulations, Tali Zora. I was skeptical about your choice in captains, but I see now that I was wrong.
Thank you, Captain. I'm just glad that this is over.
You'll always have a place on the Raya, whenever you decide to come home. Good luck out there.
Très bien. Ah mais pourquoi ça scrolle pas quoi? Oh la richesse. Ok, je vais aller parler à Tali. Est-ce que je vais faire un peu un petit tour des... Ouais, elle dit rien. Tour des dialogues et puis voilà. Hein. Enfin, j'ai déjà fait le tour des dialogues tout à l'heure, mais en gros, je vais parler à Tali. Je les ai tous, c'est bien. Cool, cool, cool. Là. Il y avait... c'était beaucoup de dialogues aujourd'hui quand même. Mais bon, c'est Mass Effect.
Keela, I'm sorry I dragged you into Quarian politics. All that infighting, seeing what my father did. You were the only one there for me, Shepard. The only cover I had against that storm. Thank you.
I imagine they're trying to fill your father's spot on the Admiralty Board. What will that do to the balance of power?
I have no idea. Being exiled might have made it easier. A few people are suggesting me as a candidate. Replacing an admiral takes time, though. You may not have noticed, but Quarians like to debate.
Are Quarian politics always like that?
No. Sometimes it can actually get unpleasant. We're a very social people, Shepard. We have to be, to make up for being stuck in these suits. And part of that means getting involved in each other's business.
The whole trial was insulting. You should have had time to mourn your father.
I don't think life is about what you deserve. But my father would be honored that I chose to mourn him by blowing up a lot of gas. I should get back to work. But thanks for checking on me.
Alors, est-ce que je peux lui reparler direct?
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Ah, voilà.
Can I do anything to give the Normandy an edge over a collector ship?
Definitely. With the right supplies, I can fortify our shields. The collectors cut through the Normandy's barriers immediately last time. My upgrades might give us a better chance.
Donc j'imagine que c'est ça, mais j'ai pas assez de pognon. Très bien.
Let me know if you get the components for the shield enhancements. We'll need them against the collectors.
Have you got time to talk?
I really need to clean up this engine. Maybe later?
I'll let you work.
Talk to you later.
Allez. Donc là, il ressemble à quoi mon journal? Là, j'ai rien. Module d'identification. Ça, je crois que c'est la mission dont j'avais peur. Il y aura un truc... un truc fakir à faire. Et puis ce sera la mission principale. Hein. Allez, sauvegarde. « 26h31, c'est beau. A plus la VOD, à la prochaine.